Hey, chat. I was just curious if Willie Wilds were to post a video that got more views and interaction than a cam video, what would the content of that video be, and what kind of clickbaity title would Willie Wilds use to garner those views and interactions? Just curious while we're waiting for everybody to show up. Boobs? Seriously, Jared? That's what your guess, Jared? Well, we can tell that you're from friggin'. Yep. Oh, that was louder than I expected. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today?
Oh, what? Hello.
Good, thanks.
Sorry, I forgot. I had a work call today, but one person, everybody I work with uses Zoom, but one person I work with, coincidentally, the second oldest person at the company, only uses, what's the shitty Microsoft one called? Teams. Only uses Teams. And so because Teams isn't an app, it's a browser, I have to like turn up my browser volume just for when he sets a call. And the rest of the time I can leave it down. So whenever that happens, I'm like, ugh. Anyways, what's up, everybody? How are we doing today?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. What were you just streaming, Pat?
To be honest.
You just rated in.
I did. Ryan invited me to play some Halo. His graphics card was having some issues, so it was crashing a lot. And then we played inside the back rooms where I had no idea what I was doing. So,
Were you inside the back rooms, if you know what I'm saying?
well, typically I have like a pretty good memory of just wherever I am in a game. And the sensitivity in the game is like, it just whacks you around. So I was getting very discombobulated. But yeah.
I never know where I'm at in a game. I started playing Dying Light again yesterday, and I picked it up, and I had no idea where I was, what was going on, or how to play. And I looked really stupid for ever.
You're playing like a parkour game though, so like you're like throwing random areas. You're being thrown in random areas and stuff like that, or you're running away from like.
Yeah, but I didn't remember the plot, the characters, how the items. I didn't remember.
We played at launch, to be fair, and that was like what, 8 months ago, 10 months ago.
Couldn't tell you. I thought it was 2 years ago. Maybe it was this year. I don't know.
I don't remember. I know it was a long time ago.
It was this summer. Came over this summer.
Oh God, don't say that.
No, it did not. You're fucking lying.
No, it came out like 2020, like May of 2020. Right?
Came out February of 2022.
February 3rd, 2022. It feels like last year.
I mean,
it feels like last year.
More than 6
right?
months. More than 6 months. So that's pretty good.
I had zero recollection of anything.
I played it. I thought it was Wade Gar and
Molly.
And Molly, yeah. Like, how is that not literally like last year?
I mean, it was 8 months ago, 9 months ago, 9 months ago.
This year is way too.
You mean somebody could have gotten pregnant and given birth since the last time that happened? That sounds like a lifetime.
It is a lifetime, yeah.
That sounds like a lifetime.
I don't know. If someone told me they got pregnant back in February and the baby just came out, I'd say, what, now? Really? Wasn't that like a year ago?
No, I mean, like, Brittany told me she was pregnant. We literally found out, not to be like cutesy, but literally found out on Valentine's Day, just because I worked all day that day, and she was just like, I should take a test. And then Rory was born the 30th of that year. So, I mean, February to November.
The 30th of that year?
The 30th of October that year, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, you already know her birthday's in October. It was just 2 weeks ago, and we talked about it. You don't remember my daughter's birthday?
I don't remember which of my friends have kids.
How dare you non-parents remember children's stuff?
I don't even know which of my friends have kids. Which of my family has kids. I think I'm an uncle.
Wade just remembers he doesn't have kids, and that's what matters.
I don't remember that half the time.
If you're not a parent, children are a little more annoying pets to you. When you become a parent, it changes, but before that, they're literally just like needy pets. That's like how the perception of non-parents. I get it. It's cool. It's cool.
Well, happy belated birthday. I'm glad that Rory is now 5.
Nope.
4.
No, I think she's like 7,
8.
isn't she? She's like
7. Yeah.
7.
How is it that I guessed that before you? Jesus Christ. Man.
I was running out of ages.
Yeah. 13, 11, 7.
How old can they be? How old can a kid get, you know?
I mean,
kids are like
26.
I want to say like 9 years old is still like a kid. After that, they're a teenager.
I would assume 17, they're done. Then they're an adult.
No. Definitely not
legally.
An adult at 18. I mean, sure, legally you can vote. Listen, you're an adult when you can rent a car. That's how it works.
Let's go. I'm old enough to rent a car. Do you know you need a credit card to do that? They won't take a debit card even if you just hand them the money. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. You need a credit card.
And you need credit, not just the card.
Who needs to rent a car when you own a car, right, guys?
It's collateral, Pat. It's collateral.
Right. So why can't they just take my debit card? It's the same shit.
What if they took your J's? You ever tried that?
I don't own J's.
Okay, well maybe that's why you need credit.
What
You
are
see all the
J's? Are those
weed shit
Jordans?
behind me? Do you think I
Is that
own
slang for
J's?
Jordans? I'm still
Yeah,
hip.
that's slang for Jordans.
Okay, I used to wear those.
Right now,
Whenever
you
I
just
had
gotta
young
go out and
men's
buy
feet.
Yeezys. Okay,
Did you-
wait,
because
did you
they're
wear-
not making those anymore.
Did you wear Jordans with jorts?
I did have jean shorts and khaki shorts that were oversized and baggy, my baggy t-shirts. I actually, at one point, I owned 3 pair because like all I asked for like holidays and birthdays of my family was like, oh, I need new shoes. I need my school shoes, my basketball shoes, my outside basketball shoes. They were all Jordans. So I had 3 pair of those Jordans that came in like a briefcase. They were like $200 a piece. And then I had a pair stolen from me. In like, junior high or high school. Yeah, my red and white ones that I wore for the school team were stolen from me.
My brother had those where he had his casual Jordans, he had his game Jordans, then he had his nice like business casual Jordans.
And I wondered why my family always struggled for bills, and I was like, oh yeah, because of my expensive taste in shoes.
Were they just like normal colors, like just red, white, blue?
Oh god, there was blue and white, red and white, and I think the other ones were like black, red, and white.
So my brother had like weird neon colored highlighter.
Yeah, I hated the kids that wore stupid colored shoes.
Yeah, my brother was one of those kids.
Yeah.
He loved those.
When you were wearing your J's, I was wearing light up Skechers.
I was wearing Heelys like an actual person. Still
Like
have
an
them.
actual person.
Heelys are good too. I had
Heelys
some-
are
Only people in
badass.
sitcoms wear Heelys.
I had big wheels on my Heelys.
That's like a Seinfeld episode, is the Heelys.
No, that was a lifestyle.
That's gonna be. I can't wait for a more modern rom-com of
Wait,
like
hold on.
times
You had
now.
Heelys, Wade?
No, I didn't have Heelys.
Oh, I was gonna say because
I had girlfriends growing up, man. I didn't wear Heelys.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say because
What
you're
are you
younger than me,
what
but I
are
thought you were
in-
too
what
close
are
to my
you
age to have had
insinuating? Hold on a
Heelys.
minute.
I had a life, man. I didn't wear Heelys.
No,
So-
but it's also an age gap too. Like Heelys, I remember coming out like middle schoolers were using them when I was like a senior, right?
When
So-
I was in
You are a
school, if I'd worn
senior.
Heelys, even being
You
taller than
still are.
everybody else, I would have gotten beaten up.
I think I got them in 2006.
I was pretty much
Heelys?
done with high school. I graduated in 07, so yeah.
Oh, I don't have my Crocs in here.
Wasn't gonna start
Maybe,
wearing
maybe it's
Heelys.
2008.
I do have my Crocs.
Okay, well, I
in
was
here. Do you
definitely
guys-
gone then. I didn't start wearing Heelys in college for sure.
I was like 08. I was like,
Did those
managing a
become actually
restaurant,
popular? Because those were literally like the
engaged.
things you wear.
Aren't these sick Crocs?
Yeah,
Heelys were like the
2006 they were-
Crocs
Bro,
of
those
my
are
generation.
awesome.
Right,
Oh
they're
my
deep
god, those are so cool.
both
Where'd you
of them.
get those
Oh,
from?
you own Crocs.
From Crocs, like the website. They were $60.
I want to get
They're-
those for Rory. She
Okay,
would love
so-
those.
No
Are Crocs
joke.
in now? I thought Crocs were a joke. Those are good now?
No,
Wait,
no,
I'm
kids
not-
love them
God, have I
because the
been
little
sleeping
things
under
you
a
plug in.
rock?
I think they're
The
still a joke, but I will
Giblets.
say
No, giblets. Kids love them because the giblets.
I will say they are mega comfortable.
Aren't
They
giblets
are
the innards of a raw
extremely
chicken?
comfy.
That
They are my
too.
walk around the house shoes. Or if I need to take out the
They're
trash,
gibbets.
I use those.
What happened to life? Man, things really changed after I became
Once they
relevant.
came out with the iPhone, my life was over.
Once I disappeared
My
from
life
relevance and
began.
became an internet person, the world really changed. This is all my fault. I'm a main
Excuse me,
character. I
kid,
ruined
where's
the
your
world.
keyboard? It's not
Now,
connected to your
only
phone.
I would like to make it like an actual meta thing. Zeke wears Crocs, okay? He's gone
That
away
makes
with
sense.
boots, and now he
You
wears
can't
He's
Crocs.
do
never getting
medical
invited to Cam's house
operations.
ever.
He needs closed-toed shoes. I'm sorry,
See,
but legally he
Stuart
needs
can
closed
attest.
toes.
They're very comfy.
We're gonna kick Zeke out and invite Lance to join ourselves.
He can't do
Why?
surgery in Crocs because
Crocs?
he needs closed toe. He needs like the non-slip.
Wait for your Christmas gift this year, okay? It's gonna be Crocs.
I
They're
remember
gonna
I do
be-
need to have an excuse to
Hold
clean up
on.
the
people
house.
in like
hold
in
on.
like restaurants and hospitals wear them, and I'm like, these things are not ergonomic. These are terrible for your soles, your arches, for the balls of your feet. These things are bad for your knees, they're bad for your hips. And people that work like 80-hour shifts on their feet all day are like, I'll wear Crocs. And I'm like, the fuck is wrong with you?
Wait,
Like,
wait. What if I ordered
Go to
you these?
ortho.com. That's where I go.
Wait, what if I ordered you these? Okay.
I'm looking for where these are. Dude, I'm cursed. I have never been able to wear anything Bengals related on a game day at a game and have them win. Every time I have worn a Bengals outfit in the last 3 years, we've had a catastrophic injury of one of our star players. I am never wearing Bengals gear again on game days.
I'm just saying, if you came to Boston and you were rolling around on wheelies, you'd be less likely to get your ass kicked than if you were wearing a Bengals jersey. Just on principle. Just be like, we're just trying to teach you dignity. You know what I mean? Like, you come in there wearing that jersey, it's like, we just got to teach you some self-respect. You know,
you guys don't know what dignity is. You had one successful quarterback ever, and you guys are like, oh, we're so great.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brewski wasn't a successful quarterback.
I don't even know who that is, so probably not.
Are you saying Mac Jones isn't successful?
Yeah.
I don't want to deter from this, but I found some Crocs for Scott specifically.
Ooh.
He can now match up to the rest of our heights.
Did you see the GIF he posted in our thing earlier of like him on a chair waving?
Like, have you gotten?
No, I just literally, I was peeing at the time, so I one hand sent the GIF saying hi, more or less, like I was at work, but I was like, and
I'm glad you think of us when urine is leaving your dick. Thanks, man.
I like one hand clicked the button, and afterwards I looked at it, I was like, fuck. But I was gonna delete it and just make things worse.
The worst Hallmark card. Took a leak. Thinking of you.
Well, you know.
Thinking of you. Next time, just send us a selfie of you, like, just, you know, actually.
Last time on the
Survivor.
World of Darkness. Hunter Beyond Nightmares.
Whoa.
I'm never gonna remember the name of this game.
What?
All right, yeah, so it's
what did I do?
Beyond Nightmares. Just that most recent posted image. All right, so couple things before we get into this session, do our recap, whatnot. First and foremost, let's talk about. So, what order do I do these in? Let's do the sponsor first. So first and foremost, we do have our sponsor. It is going to be Dodrago Gaming. We tried to stop being sponsored by Dodrago Gaming. We've said terrible things about them, like the fact that they sell edibles that you can buy them from, that you can buy Dodrago themed sports cars, but you're more likely to get sideswiped by a Mack truck if you do, or a semi if you're a different part of the country. But nonetheless, it just keeps coming back for punishment. Absolutely loves sponsoring this stream. I don't know, maybe a bit of a masochist. So Dodrago, go to Dodrago, the link right there in chat. If you want to get, what is it? I think it's 10% off. Oh yeah, it's 10% off of anything that they sell at the store there. Or if you're just a masochist, you can definitely go there for that. So you've seen a bunch of the dice that we've gotten over the streams. They are awesome. I've
actually been bragging about these to friends.
I won't lie. If somebody wants to subtly tell Brittany I want a dice sheath to get me for Christmas because I never got one and I want to be special too, you can go right ahead and subtly tell her. But I can't because I don't ask for gifts. That's too needy. All right, here we go.
Too needy to ask for gifts. Wow.
Advent calendar. Limited time only.
While you open that, I have a question for the rest of you guys because we're all kind of like around our same age, you know, except Scott. He's like 20 years older than all of us. But
Jesus Christ.
Is this too like silly to get excited about? I was trying to think of like things from my mom. She's always asking me like Christmas ideas like around this time of year. So I was like, what can I ask my mom that I would use that's not like nerdy shit? And I was like, a bread maker. A bread maker would be kind of cool. Where you
want a bidet? Trust me.
No, because we got excited about a bread box. A bread maker.
Yes, we
sounds
want to know about your
than
asshole
that,
procedures. So like, and yes, Wade. Sorry to talk over you, but
we almost destroyed Mark's Airbnb with a bidet whenever we were filming in space. We actually ruined his contact lenses with a bidet. It had some kind of pressure washer power. Whenever we went to like test it, it just sprayed and like hit everything. And then we had to show him, so we kept doing damage. And then we realized all of his toiletries were soaked in bidet water.
That's unfortunate.
Why did he have toiletries? Was one toilet not enough? Is it just easier to stack them vertically? Like, what was the point of? Was it like a festive thing where you guys were on Christmas time?
At least in RP, I can stab you and not get arrested for it.
So
you can too. We wouldn't say anything.
Before I show you guys this cool D4 that I got, okay, like before I give you details, are there any Australians in chat? If there's any Australians in chat, here's a trigger warning. So I do apologize.
You lost a war to birds. There you go.
Thank you. It is a D4 with an emu on it.
Oh God, it was actually. I was joking. I didn't know.
Thank you, Patrick. Oh. Oh, you're the best. So at first I was like, oh, is that a camel? And then I was like, no, it's an emu. That's awesome. So
I did not know. I'm sorry.
super cool. Anyways, that just made me happy. And then the inside, just to read it super fast, it says, where did you it says, where did you left your keys? Roll for search. I can tell you where I rated my keys. Rated here. No, that's a bad joke. All right, so so another thing I just want to say real quick, and then we're gonna dive into the recap, which Rena's totally gonna do. She's excited for it. She even said, Scott, last time the recap was abysmal. Make sure I'm the one that does it this time, because woof. And I said, Rena, you don't need to bark at me. I got it the first time. So a personal friend of mine, Niels, if any of you go over to twitch.tv/DaleRick, you'll know Neil. He's been in a bunch of campaigns over there. Actually, the first campaign I played with Messi was a Witcher campaign over there with him. We did like Kingmaker. We did a whole bunch of different series with Neil. Mass Effect forever ago. A whole bunch of different stuff. So I've been friends with Neil for years. The person that I'm referencing, I do not know personally. I've never met them personally. But she is an IRL personal friend of Neil's. So I am spreading the word as a favor to Neil because this is a personal friend of his. So Neil is a friend. Her name is, I have been talking about this all week and totally forgot, Haley. So Neil is a friend named Haley. Haley lives out in the UK, and while the UK is absolutely wonderful for having universal health care, something we don't have in the United States, unfortunately it doesn't cover all procedures. Haley happens to be a trans woman, and she is looking to get a surgery done that is not covered by the NHS and what they cover over there. I won't go into any real more detail than that. Her story is on the link that I'm posting right now, so you can totally go ahead and check that out. If you want to pop on there, read the story. I think the way it works is the more people that click on it, the more attention it gets, just like pretty much any other thing with an algorithm. If you want to share it amongst your communities, if that's something you're interested in sharing in, that's awesome. If you are willing and capable to donate to Haley's cause, she would of course appreciate that as well. Again, I have not met Haley before, but if Neil is speaking well of her, then I'm sure she's a wonderful person, because like I said, Neil is a dear friend of mine. So absolutely would love to spread the reach on that one. So I'll post the link again at the end of the stream, but just a heads up, it is a GoFundMe for a personal friend of mine. Cool? Cool. Awesome. There we are. So let us jump into the campaign. Rena, I saw your 3 DMs. I know that you just needed to finish chewing, and yes, you're welcome to do the recap. So take it away.
I'm so glad that you see my imaginary DMs and not my actual real ones.
Oh, Rena, I'm not imaginary. I'm real. I'm right here.
I'm so glad you see the made up ones that you made up yourself.
I'm not something to talk to your
and not the
psychiatrist
actual
about.
DMs that
I'm a real person.
You. No, it's fine. Y'all hear something?
I missed all kind of DMs. Let me see how many I've missed. So 0.
I respond to literally every one of your DMs always.
That's not true. That is so not true.
What is the last DM that you sent that I didn't respond to? Unless you're talking about while I'm live.
We're not going to get into this right now.
While I'm live is different. It's because I don't always have Discord up while I'm live. I have 3 screens full of windows. So, but anyways, so go ahead.
Anyway, last time we don't have a good. See, it was easy with Star Wars. We had music.
Yeah, scroll up. I was like, I called you out for something goofy, and you responded, proving me right.
Everybody dance now.
That Willy Wilds.
Everybody dance now.
Oh, God.
There it is.
Bum, 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 bum.
That's our intro music. Done by
God.
The one and only Willy Wilds. Okay, so last time on Hunter Beyond Nightmares, I literally had to look at that because I was like, what is the name of this?
Exactly, I always forget it too. It's terrible name. Did I come up with it? If I did, I like it.
I have so many notes, so I'm trying to figure out what happened from before that. Okay, here we go. So they all oh yeah, okay, so they were going to go over all of the footage and stuff from the DVR that they took from the house But then they were also going to meet up with Lance at the Hunter bar because he mentioned something called like he was like, "Are you guys on the net or whatever?" And we were like, what? Like, what do you mean?" And he was like, "I'll show you." So we decided to meet him at the bar. Which, did we get a name for that bar? By the way.
Yeah, that was named. So chat named it forever ago, I'm pretty sure.
The Watcher's Rest? Is that right?
Yeah. Was it?
That sounds.
Is this again? Is it something else that's not in the notes?
That's what I have written down.
We couldn't figure out what it was last week, but it's definitely something watch or watch.
I feel like we've gone 4 weeks in a row of being like, yeah, we named it.
All right, this time when we talk about the name, I'm absolutely gonna write it in the notes because I have it here.
Hunter's Lodge.
Hunter's Lodge.
Hunter's Lodge.
Was it the Hunter's Lodge?
That doesn't sound right. I'm gonna be honest.
No, I don't think it was.
The Hunter's Watch. The Watcher's Hunt. The Hunter Watcher's Lodge.
I don't think Hunter was in the name.
Watcher dash Hunt.
That's why I think the Watcher's Rest was.
Watcher's Rest might be it. Yeah.
I don't know,
Watcher's Lodge? No.
I have that down.
Well, I'll put it under the what is it? Opening plot area.
We could call it like watch that lozenge and milk that sausage.
Ew. Yeah, I think it was. I think it's the Watcher's Rest. That sounds familiar to me.
Oh.
Watcher's Den was also said. Okay, I have that written down. The Watcher's Rest. So.
Yeah, that sounds the most familiar.
Watcher's Rest. Watcher's Rest is a good name.
Yeah.
It's inside your opening plot notes. So.
Even if that wasn't it, it's canon now.
So the four of them meet at the bar. Oh, and we have to catch Simon up on what happened with Cam. From getting arrested and all that because he had no idea what happened. So we tell him about that. And then he also brings up the idea of like purchasing a warehouse or some sort of safe house or something for us to kind of work out of if we're going to be a cell, which he's very adamant about us not being a cell, even though the rest of us are like, yeah, that sounds good. Lance comes in and tells us about the net, all of that. But while we're in the bar, 2 cops come in. One of them is basically a hunter that we figured out he's a hunter because he comes straight over to Cam and starts asking him about the situation. Like, oh, they let you go. So, like, what did you see? What else happened? But he was kind of a douchebag about it. So we were like, bro, we don't even know you. Like, you didn't even say hello. So, no, we're not going to talk to you about it. I think what Cam ended up saying was that it was a werewolf, which is like incorrect still because it was a Therian. But anyway, the guy fucks off, and then Simon talks to the other cop at the bar and realizes that that's just like a regular dude. We kind of have a brief conversation about maybe we should have a contact, like a hunter contact within the the police force or whatever, to help us with future investigations, but quickly that dissolves after Simon tries to talk to the hunter cop but ends up talking to the regular cop instead, and then that doesn't really go anywhere. So he comes back, we all reconvene, we're all talking about the hunter's net. Viv brings up the idea of getting more weapons. She says she knows a guy. So they're probably going to meet up with him soon. And then she also says that she knows someone else who can potentially scan like any incoming photos that were taken or are taken by Cam's new stalker that we've discovered, to like censor them so that we're like not as visible in the photos. So we kind of talked about how to figure out or how to like deal with the stalker. And agreed that a safe house or somewhere like that would be a better idea. So I think we all were decided that we were buying this warehouse that Simon found.
It was a good find too. Like serious kudos to Messi.
Really good. Yeah, it was a really good find.
That was like legit pretty solid.
It's like the perfect warehouse. Yeah. And I think that's it. Honestly, that's really all we talked about. Lance went into pretty great detail about what the net was. So essentially we can use it to talk exclusively about like, our hunter problems or whatever is going on. And we can look up information and talk to other cells. and see, what else is going on. I'm guessing it's just within the local area. I'm assuming that's how it would work. And it's not just like hunters everywhere kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's it. After that, we decided that we were just waiting to hear back about the warehouse.
And we were gonna do your meeting with the Arsenal people at some point.
Yes.
Didn't we watch the tapes?
Oh, we did.
We
yeah.
did. I was gonna say I thought we were gonna time
Our
skip
shady
a little bit.
motel.
Oh, we did. Oh my god, we went to a shady motel per Cam's request, or suggestion, I should say. And then we parsed through like all of the footage that came from the DVR from the house that Finn was staying at, and didn't really discover anything new aside from
We know the stalker has a foot.
The stalker was definitely there, but then somebody we don't know like visited Finn. They seemed to get in some sort of like argument or whatever. I think that happened on 2 different occasions, or was it 2 different?
We
cars?
determined it was probably the drug dealer.
Oh yeah, that they were that he was just the guy who lived there before Finn showed up and killed him was just the supplier for Finn.
All drugs all the time.
And now I think I'm caught up.
Okay. So where did you guys want to, like, shall we say, start?
I think we wanted to let some time pass up until we were either meeting about the warehouse or having the meeting with the Arsenal dude.
Well, we were also supposed to be waiting to get body cam footage as well.
Yeah, that too. So we just had a bunch of stuff.
We don't know how long that's going to
take
take.
A long time, yeah.
But
not necessarily. Cam Campbell.
But you have an insider there. I mean, like, or you have like a fan. But like, it might.
Don't downsell me.
You have many fans there.
Thank
okay?
you.
You have thousands of fans working at the precinct.
I am Seattle.
You say I am senile? Is that what you said?
Well, that's true too. That's
I
me
thought
in
you
real
said,
life.
"I
I'm
am
trying to
senile."
role play here.
Yeah, that was a weird bash on yourself, book.
God damn it. Never allowed to have an ego. It's always burst. Every time.
So to answer your question, Scott, we should either do... I think we should just maybe split the group to make it work. Because I think it might be more fun that way, but we do like Cam and Simon go to check out the warehouse while Zeke and Vivian check out the Arsenal dealer.
Time-elapse montage.
Ooh.
Cool epic 80s music as we're scoping out the warehouse.
Stranger Things
so-
intro starts playing.
Yawn nightmares.
You were hoping to get your hands on body cam footage, but the earliest you can get that was Monday. I believe when we were last playing it was still Sunday. So how much of a time lapse were you hoping to do while you guys were doing XYZ? Were you
I don't
for
think it
several
was
days, or
I don't think it was Sunday. I think it was like Friday or Saturday.
It was
no,
Saturday.
definitely no. Remember, because we had a little bit of time pass, so maybe Saturday, but it definitely wasn't Friday still.
I think
because
I
Friday
think
you
we
were
ended Friday night.
Friday's when we met up.
Yeah,
at the
Friday
bar.
night is the night we ended.
Wait, hold on. Are we
Okay,
still on
TikTok.
fucking Friday? We really do crawl. Okay.
No, because
Well,
one
now we're
day
fast
one
forwarding.
day has gone by because he was in jail that whole night.
Yeah.
So, like-
Friday, Thursday's when the murder happened, so he would have been picked up like early Friday. Yeah.
Friday was the day we met
Okay.
up with everybody. We talked
We
everything
did the
through.
we
We looked
watched
at the
the
body
stuff
cam
in the
footage.
Shady Motel, and today I imagine would be Saturday.
And now-
Or if we're doing
yeah.
a time.
For some
skip.
reason, I thought you had a day of rest between that and the bar, but gotcha. Okay, cool. So, Messi, we'll have you go first. Who's going with you?
I assume Cam was gonna come with me to check out the warehouse
Gotta bring the sugar daddy.
because he's got to pay for it. Sorry, didn't mean to say that again, Scott.
No, Cam. Warehouse,
Okay.
sugar daddy, money, bills. But the problem with that is it's not like they're gonna they'll not gonna be able to meet with you. Well, so hold on, let me be clear about this one. If you're contacting a broker about trying to rent this place, they will absolutely meet with you really quickly. So they just have to find time in their calendar, and this is obviously a big
Now we're looking to buy.
thing for them. So, well, buying is not going to be anywhere near around the price that you guys are talking about beforehand. It's going to be millions of dollars, right? So,
Mortgage.
Yeah, no, you can definitely. But like when you buy a property for a business, it's a different type of loan than when you buy a property for a house, right? Like it's an entirely
I
different.
hope we get to RP the whole contract. Oh God, can you please type one out for us?
So, sir, you guys are gonna go and meet with them. We'll say it happens on, Tuesday morning. They're like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I have a bunch of things slammed. Do you mind meeting with me on Tuesday morning? We can meet at the facility. We can do a walkthrough.
Yeah, and I would just confirm that with Cam and then say back, like, yep, we're ready to meet anytime Tuesday.
Are you early bird? Do you want to get there at like 7:30 a.m. or?
Sure. That's how I've consistently been so far.
All right, then I will. I'll meet you at we'll say 7:30 a.m. We can meet. If you do you know where the location is? Do you know how to get there? No problem. Do you want to meet at the Starbucks across the street and we can walk over? What's easier for you?
We'll meet you at the place.
Sure. All right, I'll meet you there at 7:30. And so they'll, we can kind of like take care of the Tuesday thing. So before we jump to Tuesday for you two, Pat, you and Rena are looking into what, just in case I have to do you first for the sake of timeline. God forbid you text them and things are out of order.
I thought we were gonna go see our Arsenal for a friend.
Okay, so that is actually Mondays, is the appointments for Mondays. So
We
we're
have
actually going to
done
do you first, because that's what she had originally set up for Evergo for that one. So
Are we
you
all going
guys
for that, or are we splitting for that too?
it
I
makes
figured
sense to
we
me that you
want
guys would go
everybody.
together.
Yeah, I was gonna say it makes sense for all of us to go together. Zeke doesn't really use weapons, so there's no real reason for him to even really
Yeah,
go.
and only Wayne
Aside
has
from just
money.
going with his
So-
friends. Yeah, so. I have money. Okay, just I have that $50 bill that's holding crisp in my hand. But I may have
Okay,
just spent that on a pair of new Crocs.
I can
Okay.
definitely
That's the
afford a
case.
weapon. But yeah.
I will spend the rest of the weekend, like Friday, Saturday, just doing normal cam work stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool.
Zeke
let's jump
would
to
probably
Mon-
just be also just working.
Let's jump to Monday. We'll say that you guys, it's by appointment only, but it's not like he books his fucking day out or anything like that. But it's by appointment only, for situations like this, as you know. And so you're gonna go and meet with the guy that we had discussed beforehand, or I should say Rena has discussed beforehand. Give me a second to grab the details about him, and then we can jump into it. We'll say it's like a 1 p.m. meeting. So Wade, you probably even had a couple of other things that you had to deal with as well. That being said, like you may have messaged your lawyer, like, so any news in the body cam? And they would say no updates. And it's kind of like, what I would say, I don't know if you want to go back and forth any further.
I think it would help to be pushy. Would like to get this sooner rather than later.
Okay. Yep, they respond saying, trust me, already put in all the paperwork. I already filed for, in the legal jargon, so on and so forth. However, it is important to note that this is footage that is under an active investigation. Some of it has already been released to the media for the sake of, honestly, tune into the news. You can see what they used for the sake of informing the public, but a lot of it they're keeping close to their chest. So,
Don't necessarily need all the stuff from the gory inside details. Just some of the footage from the outside would be good for a start.
I'll let you know if I can get my hands on anything.
See why.
One of the things you'll notice is that your lawyer types very slowly when they're texting you, because they charge by the minute. So they have a T9 phone just to charge you a little bit extra. So anyways, so where you're going, Rena, the place that you're going to, the establishment you're going to, your contact's name, as a reminder, it's Tim, right? But his, the guy's name is Timothy Lass. Messy, your character probably looked up when you knew where you were going. You probably looked up the place to see like the name of the person. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and do a search because this is a little sketchy going here with this person. I've never heard of this place before. His name's Timothy Lass. Looks like his taxes and whatnot are in order. He owns this this establishment here for 11, 12 years. It's just a gun shop, nothing crazy. It's not like it's generational or anything like that. He's just a gun shop that he opened up 10, 11 years ago. Anyways, so when you guys go there, I walk in. So when they open the door to let you in, He opens the door and he looks at Vivian. He goes, Vivian, good to see you. And like do that whole like reach out and give like that half hug, like, you know, friendly thing that's like not too friendly. And one of the things you guys know is that he is the gentleman that stands before you. He has naturally red hair, but it's a little bit darker than typical red hair that you would see like a typical ginger would be. He keeps himself clean shaven. And as you guys come walking in, you can see that there's you can see that like the place that he has in there, it's kept very well. It's like very well organized, where like the firearms are kept, how they're organized, how they're put there. But it's also decorated kind of as well. There's a bunch of different like trinkets that are on the walls that are like hanging there. It looks like the person, you know, you guys have watched those YouTube videos of the people that make the perpetual 3D printed machines? I don't know if you ever see those. There's no such thing as a perpetual engine. But like people 3D print these things where like it'll be a string that slowly pulls down, but like it can go on for like ridiculous amounts of time. Anyways, I'm a weird person that watches lots of engineering stuff. So he has like lots of really nifty, almost looks like 3D printed designs that are on his walls, and it's probably just like a hobby of his or something like that he likes, because he probably likes the intricacy of it, right? He definitely gives you that vibe of somebody that knows his way around the CNC machine, like a machinist or whatever. Anyway, so he welcomes you into the place. Again, it's well kept. Everything seems to be in order, et cetera, et cetera. He walks in and goes, I see you brought a few friends with you this time. Looks about the room, so for introductions.
Yeah, this is Zeke. She motions to Zeke. Simon and Kim.
Howdy.
Did you say Kim?
Cam.
Close enough.
Cam. Ah, gotcha. Tim. Nice to meet you. So, if you guys are coming in here looking for some stuff and you come with Viv, something tells me you want something unique.
That's exactly why we came here. I found one of your rounds the other day, and she'll pull it out of her like jacket, show it to him.
He takes it, looks at it. He goes, oh, that looks good. Don't know if it's mine though. Hold up. And he'll go over and like go behind like where he has not like a microscope, you know, but definitely something for being able to see, almost like a jeweler's set for being able to see things a little bit up close. And he looks at the round that he has there and like kind of looks at it in more detail. And he's like, yeah, it's one of mine. You said you found it?
Yeah, over there by the what's the airport? Wasn't
Flight
it?
museum,
Oh,
Flight
the
museum?
Flight museum. That's
which is right by the airport, so both are true.
just outside the flight museum, on the ground there.
That's a little strange. Just sitting around. You know this ain't cheap.
I know. So that's why I hung on to it. But yeah, we're here looking for some more unique weapons.
Well, listen, I'll give you a quick little rundown. If you're looking to buy new, I got new stuff here. If you're looking for some customizations, barrel swaps, you know, conversions, you know, as long as it's legal on the up and up, you know how things go. If you need help with you know, grip replacements, muzzle threading, whatever it is that you need, I could take care of it for you. Usually what people come to me for is if you have like specialty engravings. I have a unique clientele that likes to have very intricate and detailed engravings put into their weapons. Sorry, not the weapons, sorry, into their firearms. So if there's something like that you had in mind, maybe it was something of importance to you, or maybe something that, you know, reminds you of, you know, Pappy, whatever it might be, I could take care of that for you. So, what you have in mind? He says, looking about like spreading out.
Well, should probably start with Zeke. See, he already has a dagger. Do you have it?
I'm looking for any kind of silver knives. He'll kind of look like very nervously around the room.
Yep.
Almost like he's like he doesn't belong here.
He looks at you and he goes, a knife? Listen, friend, I'm going to be straight with you. I mean, I sell hunting knives and that kind of equipment and whatnot as well, but I'm just looking at your frame. You know how to fight? Do you know what to do with a knife if you get into a fight, or is that thing just going to be used to stab you?
He's gonna look like very nervous. Um, I know how to protect myself. I just choose not to kill.
Okay. You could do that with a knife or pretty much anything else. So,
His demeanor might even change a little bit now. He'll almost like straighten his back up a little bit more. I do intend to slow down my victims, though, if need be. So, like in a much deeper tone.
he looks at Vivian for a second and says, as he looks at Vivian, victims.
He's joking.
Did Vivian tell us if this guy's a hunter or not yet? Because I don't remember.
Not as far as she knows of.
No, not like I don't know if he's a hunter, but I do know that he sells like these kinds of weapons, so he's at least familiar with like the hunters.
He knows that there's a crew of people around to like specialty equipment, and he's willing to provide that because he's capable of it, right?
Yeah.
So, and it's not like he makes knives, right? Like he is not a weaponsmith, but he probably has friends that he trusts the quality of their stuff that they're makers.
But he makes
Probably knows people that can.
But he does make rounds. Yep. So he makes ammunition, and he's very good at as I said beforehand, kind of like making customizations to firearms or whatever. So, and like I said before, and he comes off as like he gives that vibe like a machinist. You know what I mean? So he probably could make a knife, but just not anywhere near as good of quality as somebody else. And there's a big difference between a machinist and a weaponsmith, but that's either way. So we don't need to get to the nitty gritty. So.
Does he say anything after my whole like little thing? Just looking to Vib.
Oh, so he looked
He's
at
joking.
Viv and she said he's joking. He goes, huh. Well, if you're looking for stopping power, a knife ain't going to stop much. Might give somebody question, or they ain't going to be too afraid. One of the good things about having a gun is most people see it, and they're going to think to themselves, fuck that. And so there's stopping power in just seeing it, right? That's one of the perks of having it is it keeps people's heads above water. But worst case scenario, if you've got to use it, there are going to be little things. There are going to be few things that are going to have as much stopping power as a gun in the hands of a trained person. Now, have you ever gone by a range or anything like that beforehand?
You can see like his voice is starting to go back to like that nasally almost less confident role that he has. I do know how to use firearms, but again, I do not wish to kill.
You don't have to kill with a gun. You just gotta, stop the fight from continuing. That's all. You by no means do you have to go and have training, but I know a couple of ranges around here that I can make suggestions if you want to make sure that your shot is clean. I mean, if you're pulling out a gun, that means that shit's gone pretty sideways, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean you want to do something stupid. That's how cops get involved. And so if you want, I can make some suggestions. You go practice your accuracy, and then you can stop your shall we say aggressors without you having to worry about things getting too far.
In all honesty, I'm a doctor here in town, and this mainly is just for any kind of protection.
Kidding me? You said shit that happened 2 years ago? Doctors need guns too. Motherfuckers out there saying COVID ain't real. Fuck them. Sorry, I lost a cousin. We were close. Hey, listen, I have no problem with a nurse or a doctor carrying a gun to make sure they can get in and out of their place of business safely.
The slab doesn't really have that fear, unfortunately. Fortunately, he'll almost like correct himself. Like his business is kind of almost feared upon by normal people, I guess.
When you say the slab, I'm going to make a roll here real quick.
Are you doing a physical roll with our cool patented dice?
I did. I wish I did it on the camera, which I totally didn't. I wish I did it on the camera. So I actually got 2 10s and a 7.
Roll it on the camera.
No, but I got 2 10s and a 7. That's a 4. No, that's a 5. I got a 5. It's critical success. So I rolled 4 dice. I got a 1, 2 10s, and a 7. So he said, hold on, the camera, what I've set up over there is, this is what it looks like at the moment. Hold on, let me just, because I have the light. It's so dark you can't even see.
Wow, is that a floor? That's crazy. I have one of those
that's-
too. Try talking into the microphone while you show us your floor.
Chad, if you look closely, you might find a booster seat.
Anyways, shit fell over. So
Nice carpet design.
yeah, it's like a floral. Anyways,
That was a great cutaway. Thank you for that. We learned a lot.
You're welcome. That's why I was not doing it on the cameras, because my dog came down here and fucked everything up. So anyway, it's funny because Dodrago is literally right at the top of that. It has the business card right there. But that's what was on the camera there. Anyway, so he goes, the slab. I heard that talked about a couple times. A couple people that come in here mention that place. Actually, my son's talked about it before.
Your son?
And
He'll
your
almost like
son, Tim.
questioning. Surprisingly, almost.
He looks at Vivian and he goes, whoa, you don't know TJ?
Would I
You've met my-
recognize this
my
from any
TJ.
patients?
No. You wouldn't know.
Yeah.
None of you guys would know TJ. Rena's saying she doesn't know him. He says, you don't know TJ, to Rena specifically? He goes, you've met my daughter. Carlene, she works here. You've met my daughter before. She has a twin brother, TJ.
Oh, her I knew, but that's weird. I had no idea.
Oh, well, either way, no, I've heard about the slab before. Is that your place?
Yes, happily owned, and he'll almost like kind of like proudly say that.
It's come up a few times with a couple of the people that buy here. I've talking about getting patched up over that way. From what I understand, it's a small clinic.
Small to some.
From one
You'll
entrepreneur
notice his
to
stuttering, but his stuttering is kind of stopped and ceased when he's talking about work.
from one entrepreneur to another. Maybe change the name and you can get some more clients.
Mm. The business has been known as the Slab as long as my father has owned it. It's been more of a generational thing. I do not wish to rename it.
Nods. I get it. Well, anyways, a gun. And since you don't know much about using them, honestly, a 22 is going to do the job. I mean, you don't need much more than that to make somebody think twice about continuing the shit that they're doing. So,
Zeke's almost gonna look towards to Cam for almost like approval. Like, does this sound good? Like, is that what I want? Almost like.
I mean, that's what I have, and I didn't think it was all that special. He'll kind of like look to Viv, like we're here for a 22.
I was actually hoping we could get something a bit bigger. Nothing too crazy for him since he's new, but I'm going to be showing him
I mean,
the ropes.
you can get whatever you want. The store's open to you, but if you're not familiar with shooting a gun, that recoil on that thing's going to rip your damn arm off.
I was really
You know?
good with the MG42 in Call of Duty. You have is that practical? Those are big, right? Those would do something.
Dirty Harry used a Smith & Wesson. I want one of those.
I love how people like saying a 22 is useless, even though 22 could fucking kill a person. A 22 is like a BB gun that murders
We're not
people.
planning on fighting people.
It doesn't matter. It still does damage, and even in game, it's not like it's a
I
big
mean,
factor of damage difference.
True.
So-
Well, okay, true, but like
It's
we're
like
not
a
talking
fucking
about
22
people, we're
will
talking about
absolutely murder
monsters.
people. Like it kills. 22
So can a
useless.
teaspoon in the
It's
right
not
hand.
a video game. We're not measuring cocks. A 22 will fucking murder. It's just the recoil on it's nice and light. Anyways, continuing. So he says, listen, if you want to go with something bigger, I will gladly sell you whatever you'd like. But I'm just saying, if you're not very familiar, maybe start with something small.
Uh-oh, we can't hear you, Rena.
Oh, I said at least a submachine gun or something.
He'll
This
chuckle
guy
at
uses
that.
a sword.
Chuckles it.
Point
Looks
to
over at.
Simon.
I
That's his
just want to
character.
remind you that our any automatic rifles and handguns are actually banned in the entire United States. Thanks.
All right.
What did you just say?
Any automatic rifles or handguns are banned for
Yeah,
sale in
okay.
the United States.
Okay. I was like, for a second, I thought I heard you saying that you were against them as opposed to just stating a fact. I thought you were giving an opinion. Okay, cool. I was like, this is gonna be an awkward conversation in game. But either way, so he continues with yeah, of course. So anyways, let's if you want so you want something bigger? What are you looking for? I don't know guns all that well. He mentions a few different types of guns. Have you handled many different? He says, looking at Zeke. Or are you just going based off what your friends are suggesting here?
I've used a couple in the past. Again, I'm somewhat knowledgeable, but Vivian here says that I could probably use some more protection.
This man's magical with his hands. He needs something slicey. I don't think he's pew-pewy.
So it just depends on how close you're going to be to whatever it is you're up against.
Oh, he's
She
very
looks at Zeke.
hands-on.
You guys realize this isn't a role-playing game, right? Like this isn't for cosplay. Like you actually have to have a license to walk around with this. You're saying slicey and pew-pewy, so it sounds like you sound like you're about to go to.
I'm a little new to
Dragon
this.
Quest or something.
I played the sequel. You play?
Okay.
Never mind. I'm just saying I don't see Zeke really needing a gun.
Well, at least show us the 22s you were talking about. We'll start there.
Yeah, listen. I'm going to show you the 22s. You're probably going to walk out with that today, but I'm going to make your friends here sound like they want you to maybe pack something else, and maybe that you can make that as your next purchase. Listen, Zeke, I'll write down a couple of suggestions for you because you're more concerned about stopping your target and not blowing a goddamn hole through them. So I'll write down some suggestions. I'll give you a business card to a friend of mine. He owns a gun range not too far from here. You could pop in, let him know I came, and he'll let you try out a whole bunch of different things. Whatever you find comfortable with, you come back and we'll see what we can do. Okay? Sound good?
Okay.
So he goes over, and this is where he starts having the upsell fun. So he starts showing you like not just the 22. He starts showing you some like custom made ones. Like, oh, okay, this one here does this, and he's like, actually, what you could really do if you're really concerned because you're not particularly good with your accuracy yet, why don't we go ahead and put like an under barrel, like infrared light sort of a thing, like different like a laser, different things to like upsell it and make it so like you don't have to worry about and we're talking like all the gadgets and gizmos and the upgrades and the whatnot that are on there. Like, oh, okay, so with this one right here, this handle was switched out. Like I changed out like this like handle wood grain or whatever it is for this one because it helps to reduce the shock for you, so it barely feels like anything's even going off in your hands. And he starts like going out all these, and this is where he's playing salesman and he's like upselling, if you will.
I don't know if Zeke would really care because again, Zeke's not like trying to get a gun. He's completely fine with just the weapons that he has, which is just his knives. So he's just kind of like nodding, like, yeah, okay.
If you're just nodding along, he is absolutely gonna push to you the most expensive 22 that he can with all the little upgrades and the gizmos and whatnot on it.
He's just gonna be looking to Vivian just for like, she
the
knows
more
more
that
about this.
that he adds on, the more she's gonna be like, no. If we're spending that much, then we might as well get something better. What about an AR-15?
You want to give the man a rifle.
Yeah.
All right. He goes over and he gets the AR.
Zeke? I think Zeke
Let's
needs
just look at it. Plus,
He puts it in your hands. Then you see Zeke standing there like awkwardly holding like a rifle.
You see this crazed look in his hand, in his eye.
I'll take it.
Imagine like a teenager, like a high schooler from an anime, just sitting there and holding like an awkward teenager, like just holding his. It just looks awkward as fuck in his arms. It's like.
It's like Sora from Keyblade Disney game holding a gun instead of a.
Not even the right.
Sword.
It's Square Enix.
Did I get any of that right?
No. I mean, there's Disney stuff in Kingdom Hearts.
God damn, Kingdom Hearts, that's the game. I knew it was Keyblade. I got that.
Got the Keyblade right. Yes, that is the weapon that he does wield.
Yeah, instead of a Keyblade. Fuck, whatever. You guys talk.
Kingdom Hearts holds a special place in me and Rena's heart. So.
It does, actually.
It does.
It does.
Never played it or really watched it, but
Rita,
it exists.
Rena, if you ever DM, you should totally DM a Kingdom Hearts themed game.
I could. I
I'll
have
be
too many
goofy.
ideas, though. You already are.
I know! It'd be great! I'll dump wisdom, intelligence, and charisma. Be great. All right, let's keep going.
Anyway, what were we doing? Oh, yeah. So she's handling the AR-15 and just checking it over. I mean, you'd have to tell me, like, is it older, newer? Like, what kind of condition is it in? Like, what's he showing me?
Yep, he's brand new. You know, it looks like you guys are not looking to be cheap by any stretch of the imagination. So he's bringing over quality stuff. This is a brand new AR-15. So once again, he shows you a basic stock, like a very simple one. But after like he gets his hands on it and he looks comfortable with it, or I should say, his friends are being encouraging about the purchasing of it. He'll then go over and he'll go get one of the ones that he's modified before. Where once again, like he's threaded the barrel out for the length of the barrel will be slightly different, and talks about the accuracy on it. He's replaced out the stock sights for one that once again has significant more accuracy. As always, bring it to a range and play with it so you can get comfortable with how the sights function. You know, all different like kind of modifications that have been done to it. So he's like, this has everything that you could hope for an AR-15, but a bump stock. You know, and he's got, once again, the much more expensive one, the one that's going for several $1,000s, as opposed to the one that's, you know, only at what's an AR-15, like 1,500, 2,500, whatever it is. So.
I mean, depends on what attachments.
I'm going to go with.
Get for it.
How much is an AR-15? Guns.com. It's totally what I want in my browser. Are you 18? Yes, I am. That's legal. Oh, actually, it's not even. Oh no, sorry. Used is $800. I want new. New. Oh, $2,000. Yeah, it's not even.
I think this guy would have new weapon.
Yeah, 1,500 to 2,100. Yeah, he does. He's a specialty store. 1,500 to 2,100. That's kind of what I was thinking. Nothing crazy.
Okay.
It's not that expensive for something that's, you know, gonna do a lot.
Are we gonna just one sidebar here? Are we just gonna walk around with one? Like, this thing's kind of big. I don't know if we're all gonna be able to carry fishing bags around like Simon with and pull out our guns.
This is a good point.
It's smaller, like Simon also has.
I was thinking, I don't know, some kind of like little gizmo. It fires a bullet, but has like a little arrow on top that like silver tipped, and then a little flamethrower attachment underneath or something. You know,
Like a crossbow?
like a crossbow, 50 cal flamethrower.
Yeah. Almost kind of like a
Oh, you said
not
specialty.
knowing
I kind of thought they'd be like cool.
special.
I'm not really an expert on this kind of stuff. Clearly.
If you want a crossbow, you could ask for one.
Say he might have one.
That shoots flames.
It's something you'd have to modify, or maybe you could talk to him about that.
That sounds kind of dangerous, actually, because then if I get hit and I've got like a tube of flammable stuff, then I blow up.
She'll turn back to Tim. I think I'll probably go with this, but I also want to look at a 1911.
I do want to be clear about something. Who's buying these?
Probably can.
Because, you know, we're talking about Zeke walking out with a gun, and I don't know if you've done a background check before, so I have to check that out for you. This might give you time to go and check out what kind of gun you want first. But Cam, have you had a background check before?
Oh yeah, and Cam's just a nickname. It's actually Jade. Well, whatever. I've got my ID. I've got my card and everything. Yeah.
So long as everything comes through clean, you'll be good to go today. But just so everybody knows, 10-day background check period, usual. You don't need a license or anything to purchase, but you will need a background check. So, but if you got it all done, this is a reminder. I don't know how long it's been since you bought one. You were saying something, Vivian?
I was just asking if you had a 1911 I could look at.
Goes and Google's 1911.
It's a
Gun
Glock.
1911. Okay.
In
yeah.
Marauders,
Goes
you
and
have to
gets
turn
it.
3 of them in for a quest. They're pistols.
Goes and gets it. He says
That are.
so he goes and gets it. He comes back. He goes, "This one isn't mine. It's selling it for a friend. So I won't lie. I don't know how well it handles or anything like that. I can tell you the details because I'm looking at the damn thing, but I didn't do any modifications to it or whatever. I'm got it for a friend."
She ejects the mag and like racks the slide a couple of times and like, checks it out, puts the mag back.
It's
in,
definitely
holds
it's
it up.
definitely used. Like you can tell that it's a used weapon, but it's very well maintained and whatnot. Like this isn't a new gun, and because of the fact that it's used, it's not going to be terribly expensive.
Well, this is definitely the way to go. Something more discreet. She looks at the rest of them.
Do you have anything that shoots bullets, arrows, and flames in one?
He once again looks at Vivian.
I was just
Another
checking. It was a joke.
I said specialty weapons to them earlier, and that's where his mind went. He was like, "Oh,
I mean, flamethrowers are illegal, so I don't sell flamethrowers. I did happen to get my hands on not a flamethrower.
can we see the not a flamethrower?"
Well, the funny thing about not a flamethrower is, once again, you can't really sell that, between a business and like that's not how things go. So I can't sell that to you, but maybe it could be a gift for you.
We come back later with fake mustaches.
Okay.
Just-
well,
I didn't mean to say that out loud.
Just
But
a
yeah, you
quick
wanna-
question. You make rounds. Do you make like Dragon's Breath or something? Maybe that could kind of fill the void he needs here.
What is that?
It's a kind of like a shotgun shell that it's kind of like a flare in a bullet. They're legal in 5 states, but apparently illegal in this one.
He says, so it's funny that you mentioned that. That's not something I would usually carry, but about 3 years ago, I had somebody come in and ask that same thing, and I didn't for a year or two. He says as he's walking over to a shelf. Didn't for like a little over a year as they kept asking. Eventually, I went and bought a case. They bought the whole damn case, so I got another one, and they keep coming back. So, yeah, I do have some. He goes and he gets a box. I don't know how many rounds are in a box. Probably 10 or whatever.
But we need silver. Isn't the whole idea? We need silver. What all do we need? We should have talked about this.
5. It
All
looks like
monsters
there's
hate
5 in a
silver?
box.
oh yeah, he can make that for us.
Yeah, is that what we? What?
It's just
What?
up to our preference, really. Like obviously, I want
Oh.
something smaller, so that I can have it on me, which is why I'm going with the 1911. But and Simon has his, which I would have recognized as whatever gun it was, but I know it's a handgun of some kind. Did you specify what kind of?
On my sheet I wrote down it was a Glock.
Cool.
I've learned to use a 22, and that's the only thing I've ever shot in my life. So what's my preference?
I could get you a 22 handgun if you want, just to
I've
have
got
something
one.
on you.
Like,
Oh,
that's
you
what
already
that's what
have
I
one.
carry. So do I just need silver bullets? Do I need fire bullets?
Well, silver would definitely be preferred. So we could get you those, and you could start carrying that. But something bigger would definitely help against some of the other things that we might be going up against. I don't know.
I mean, we're done with Therian for now. We know that there's mages causing problems. What else are we going up against? What do you do against a mage? Do we need wands? Does he sell wands?
She shakes her head. Just based on the kind of weaponry that we saw Simon bring last time, it just seemed like we need something a bit more. I feel very underprepared.
Oh, he's just like a set of knight armor away from being done.
And
Like
some
the
more
set
silver
bonus and
swords,
everything. Do you
right?
get set bonuses in real life? I don't think you do. I only know life online when it comes to this kind of thing. I think I'm a little out of my element.
Let's start with the rounds for now. I imagine we'll be back again soon. Then we can reconvene.
Yeah, I need to do some research before we go and just start buying guns.
A young woman comes in. She's about 17 years old. Comes in 17, 18 years old, somewhere in that range. Again, a ginger. You know who she is. Just talked about it 2 seconds ago. It's his daughter. So she comes walking into the room and goes, "Hey, Vivian." Or sorry, no. "Hey, Viv." And she like walks over.
Oh, hey, it's been a while.
She's like the cool older girl, right? She goes, "What you in here buying?" "Holy shit, is that Cam?"
She looks at Cam.
How's it going?
Wait, hold on. Viv, you're the girl that they were that was in that picture?
He's my friend.
Oh, well, hi. And she comes over and introduces herself.
Pleasure. Your name was Camilla?
Carlene.
Carlene.
Knew it started with a K.
Writing that down.
To the sea.
Knew it started with a C or a K. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little out of my element here.
She looks around and she goes, "Oh, you don't shoot?"
I do, but usually with a camera.
She giggles a considerable amount at that. And she goes, "You should come to the range sometime."
Oh, he'll need to practice, so.
Yeah, no, I'd be more than happy to show you. I mean, honestly, Viv here is an amazing shot, so she could probably show you more than I can. But, you know, different teachers could teach different things, she says, twirls her hair.
Well, I guess a little bit of training wouldn't hurt, especially since I barely know how to use the little bit of protection that I got.
Simon just leaves the room. Oh, wait,
He's a Willy Wilds fan.
She goes, "Oh, I love Willy Wilds."
Don't we all?
Does this guy have, I imagine, like glass cases of like weapons and stuff?
Yep.
I imagine
Yeah.
Zeke is listening to all this, but he's like back to them, like looking at all the shiny stuff.
Yeah, and Viv's looking at the guns that she has to look at.
She's like, "Anything you need to see?" And as like she goes over, maybe you point at one and she pulls it out for you. Her father would come walking back in with not a flamethrower. He hands it over to you and says, "It's not loaded, so it's going to weigh a bit heavier when you actually have, you know, the fuel inside of it. But here, check it out."
Is it a super soaker with a lighter on the end of it? And he's like, fill it with gasoline.
Have you ever seen a not a flamethrower? That's more or less what it is. So, I'm assuming you have, Messi.
Several, yeah.
I mean, I don't mean real life. I mean like on a video.
Yeah, I've played video games before.
I mean specifically the Tesla, not a flamethrower. Or is it Boring Company?
Oh,
whoever
the
made it.
boring one. Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
that one.
yeah. Anyways, that's why I'm specifically saying not a flamethrower. It's because it's like a branded thing. And since Tesla's apparently already sponsoring the campaign with your Model X. Anyways, continuing. Brought to you by Twitter. This is a perfect time. Bring
I
up Twitter
imagine
when
as
you're handling
some-
a flamethrower.
I imagine some time has passed while they're like geeking out and like stuff. Zeke's gonna kind of like turn around and like tap Vivian on the shoulder. Viv, I don't feel comfortable picking a weapon. You know I don't like this. Kind of like very very quiet. Just the two of them can talk. I imagine. What's her face is still talking to Cam.
Yeah, oh yeah, if you guys are doing it aside and what's his fuck stepped outside, she's absolutely talking to Cam. She's like,
Yeah.
no, try this one. Oh, you know what you need to try? Let me get you the Desert Eagle. Oh my god, my father modified this one. It is so sexy. It would look so good in your hands. And she like goes to get it.
Maybe I can just get like a bat or something. Like he's just like something that I just can't really hurt somebody with. Something to just stun somebody, you know? Like he looks very very uncomfortable. You could tell that like since you guys walked in, he tried to like tried this out. It's like making someone go on a roller coaster when they really don't want to go. You could tell like right now he's just very uncomfortable, kind of like nervously twitching, and like just feels very out of like his element here. Because everything around him is meant to maim and or kill someone. He doesn't do that. So
Well, still think you should have something to at least protect yourself with. The dagger's not going to cut it completely, but maybe we could find you something larger or something
Dagger's not gonna
ranged.
Huh?
Maybe what about like explosives?
I imagine I could. It's just chemicals mixed together. But again, it goes to the same factor of just maybe. Just maybe. Like you can see that he's like pondering the thought, but like he has no way of knowing how he would do that right now.
Well, we still have to decide for Cam anyway. Let's just I'll talk to Tim about getting the bullets that we need for his gun. I'll get my gun, and then we'll come back if we need to.
You'll
Or
just seem
look
kind of
elsewhere.
like solemnly like nod.
And I imagine she'd either go back to Tim or over to.
I imagine you
Carly.
just turn around.
'Cause-
They're still like talking about random stuff.
Yeah, so she'd go back to Tim and just say, I think for now, if we could just get some of the, same kind of ammunition as the one that I just showed you.
The daughter kind of watching Cam hold the Desert Eagle, and so like, oh my god, that looks so good. Mind you, you're like, this is heavy and large and awkward. She's she overhears it saying, she goes, what did you show?
She looks at Tim because I don't think he gave it back.
No, he didn't. He just looks over and says nothing. If nobody else chimed in, right, he looks over and says nothing. He looks at you and says, "Yeah, I can make you. Depending on what you're shooting, I can get you some. But you know, it's not like I have a ton of those on hand. I got to make them. So I can give you a few rounds today, depending on again what you got, and then we'll see where we can go from there."
I want to just do the Glock, and then if we could get some 22 as well, we'll stick to that for now.
Sure. Yeah, we can definitely do that for you. With the 22, I got a whole box, so that's not an issue there. With the Glock, I honestly think I only got a half box that you can grab. So, I mean, you know they're not cheap, and it's gonna take me some time to make some more for you, but I can get that for you. And the other two ain't picking anything up.
Not yet. I think we're gonna discuss some more about what it is exactly they're looking for.
He doesn't look comfortable. He's not referring to Simon because Simon seemed fine. Just, you know, what am I doing here? He talking about Zeke. He's like, he didn't seem comfortable. He should go get some experience on the range, see what he feels comfortable. Like I said, I can send you over to my buddies. And again, his daughter chimes in and goes, Uncle Brandon's? Oh, I'll bring him. I'll bring him to Uncle Brandon's. And she looks and says, I've been shooting since I was 6, so, you know.
I think Zeke's more of a katana or a big hammer kind of guy.
You should say a katana.
Yeah. She rolls her eyes and she goes, that's so my brother. He like watches those Japanimations, and he has all those, you know, collection of like weird swords and stuff. He loves that stuff. So, I don't know.
Zeke's a bit more Tokyo Ghoul.
She has no idea what that means.
I
Totally
am
still giggles
shocked
to
you
it.
know that anime. Did you
My
see
buddy
that on, like,
visited. My buddy visited a couple of years ago, and I watched 3 episodes of it. It's one of the only ones I know other than Dragon Ball Z and My Hero.
I'm very shocked that you know Tokyo Ghoul. I'm
Just a little
actually
bit.
very surprised right now.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought it was a good reference, so I had to make it to look like I knew what I was talking about for once.
Carry on, sorry. That was a good
No,
reference.
all good. Yeah, all good. So you said more of a Tokyo Ghoul, and she just kind of giggled along to it, like she totally knew what you were talking about.
Most teenagers would know Tokyo Ghoul. I'm just saying. If she's into anime, if she's not, if she's just more into like shooting and stuff.
She called it Japanimations. She's definitely not into anime. So,
I'm saying anybody.
You created her this way, Scott. She's not actually this way.
I'm telling
No,
you,
no,
like
she's this
if
way.
you go on Netflix, Tokyo Ghoul is like one of the first things that you'll see scrolling by like animation. But like it's mainstream, so it's up there with like Death Note.
I'm pretty sure Netflix displays things based off of preference. It's not just like generic for everybody. It's like tailored.
Even if you scroll past just like regular animation, you make a brand new account, Tokyo Ghoul will always be like right there. It's just one of the biggest like newer.
Oh, I believe you. But if I go past animation, it's kids shows because, you know.
We get it. You're old and out of touch, Scott. Doesn't mean all your characters have to be.
It's what my daughter watches. So she's not old and out of touch. She's young and hip with a gun.
You.
No, don't talk about the character.
She's only 4 years old, Scott. Oh, I thought you were talking about your daughter.
No. Continuing. All right. Anyways, go ahead.
I think we were wrapping up.
Yeah.
Like, shoot, we were just getting ready to pay.
Yep. So, you know, he brings the stuff over, and it's one of those things. I'm not coming up with numbers here, but it's one of those things where you hear the price tag, and you're like, "Holy shit, this is expensive!" Because like even regular rounds of ammunition are very, like, how much is a box of 22s nowadays? Box of .22.
I thought it had like the same like experience that printers do, where like the actual like main manufactured piece is not that expensive. It's the ink and paper that's expensive. I never thought guns were stupidly expensive. Obviously, I'm not going and like buying guns, but like I thought the ammo was like the more pricier. Yeah, so it's the same thing as like a fucking printer.
They're probably a bit more of a common currency in this world too, being as there's hunters and werewolves and vampires.
Yeah, for sure.
I imagine there's more production.
The problem
for
is you're
bullets and
looking
guns.
for not just regular bullets. You're looking for silver lead bullets.
Yeah. So a box of 50 rounds for a 22 is going to be $10, right? So, and again, that's like, oh, $10 is not that bad until you realize that you just shot all your rounds in less than half an hour and you have to go spend another $10. And again, it adds up very quickly as a hobby, if you will. But either way, so we're talking your box of 50 for the hollow point silver bullets. It's going to be closer to like, say, I don't know, $200. Maybe no more than that, because right, silver inside of jewelry would cost more than that for that quantity. It's probably close to like say $400 for you to get this, and you're like, holy shit, $400 for 50 rounds? Well, at least that'll last me a lifetime, right? And it's just like, okay. So $400 for that one box, and for the half box of the other ones, it gets more, and so it's very expensive for you to buy this stuff. And then Rena's gun is another like $900 or $800, whatever it is, for the gun that she was looking for. Oh no, yours was used, wasn't it, Rena? So that's actually probably closer,
yeah.
like say, probably close to say 500. So your character's walking in and dropping like a good, you know, $1,500 just buying one gun and 1.5 boxes of ammunition. If you also want to buy ammo for, practice or whatever, that's a different conversation. Numbers don't matter so much. It's just, trying to paint an image. Your character doesn't keep track of cash. So,
Like how Viv is like, that's so much money, and Cam's like, God, that's like 30 minutes worth of work today.
Is that all? Here you go.
yeah. So either way, you've kind of finished that out, and then he looks at it and goes, yeah, you figure out what's good for your friends. We can make another appointment. Just do me a favor. Next time, have like a little bit of understanding of what you kind of want to get into. And then I will go through all the details with, and if they're looking for that more cosplay specialty stuff, we have crossbows out back. You know what I mean? If they're looking for something weird, one of my buddies, so he saw this YouTube video and he decided he was going to make a shotgun crossbow. After several
Shotbow?
attempts and a trip to the hospital, he got it right. So it's a pretty solid design. He's made 3 of them so far. He's collecting them. I don't know if he's gonna part with them, but I'll for you, Viv, I'll just, let him know, see if he's interested in selling. It won't be cheap though.
No, that would be great actually. If we could check those out next time.
Where can you practice with a shot bow?
Are you?
She
actually
goes-
in the shop?
Sorry. Carlene chimes in and goes, "Oh, don't worry, Uncle Brandon's will do it. Just, after hours."
Right.
You
What
can
are his
just typically
normal
take any
hours?
weapon you want to like a shooting range and just
Nuke.
But
Yeah.
I mean, depending on the location you're going to, whatever the laws are of the state or municipality, you're going to separate crossbow use from shotgun use on your different ranges, right? You're not going to walk in like, all right, for this one, I'm going to use a bow and arrow.
well, my point that helps the point. If Seattle like is a pretty big city, but if we leave Seattle by like an hour, we're in the dead of woods. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm
yeah.
sure Cam could just literally drive an hour out of his way and be like, middle of fuck nowhere, no one cares.
Well, yeah.
You're shooting a gun in the middle of the woods, no one's gonna care.
We'll
kind of
just
In
get on
that
a
case,
boat
you're
and
not
go into
going
like
to a-
international waters.
Yeah, well, in that case, you're not going to a range. In that case, you're going to somebody's private property that you were invited on to do whatever the fuck you want. So
You don't need to be
that's a different
invited to go
conversation.
there.
What?
But my point is that you don't have to be invited there. You could literally just
Well-
drive down I-5 and just stop and then just drive down a street.
Oh, you could get
That-
in and out on the
that-
way.
That is not wise, because then you could accidentally shoot somebody and then there's problems.
What if he
So-
shoots it in the air or something just to see how it works right at a tree?
What goes up keeps going up if it's powerful enough.
Yeah. I'm
Better.
sure that's got to be illegal too, just randomly discharging firearms outside of hunting season inside the specifically
We hunt vampires.
specific locations.
I
and-
think we're gonna do a lot of illegal shit.
I know, Ravner, whenever I see it in movies, I'm always like, physics are a fucking thing, people. But either way. Anyways, so moving on. So yeah, you guys pick up that equipment and you end up leaving. And it was one of those situations where Simon's waiting outside. Zeke, like, what the fuck was that awkward scenario? Zeke walks out feeling uncomfortable, like, I just wanted a knife. And he offered me a knife, but I didn't even buy the knife because I was so overwhelmed. And Rena's like, yeah, I got a badass gun. I love this shit. This is great. And Cam's walking out like, she looks good with that gun. She's 10.
My lady looks great with a gun.
And getting a shot bow.
And a shot
Yeah,
bow,
that
that's right.
actually
You
really
can't forget
sick.
about the
But
shot
we
bow.
also got the specialty ammo too, which is
That shit's
like
important.
100% of the reason why we were coming here in the first place. So, is this the same day as the meeting that they're going?
No, ours is
No.
tomorrow.
Oh, that's the next day.
I imagine Simon probably has to get back to work. I imagine this was his late lunch he took to come
Lunch
here,
break,
right?
Yeah.
Late lunch.
All right. Well, let's like reconvene in like the car or something.
As you guys get to the car, what's her name? Carlene does come over to the car and she's like, hey, Viv, do you want my number for when you want to go see my uncle?
Oh yeah, actually, that would be great. And she hands her her phone.
She says it. She like types her number in there and says, do you need a 2-cam?
I could get it through Viv, but your uncle happen to have like medieval weapons, like swords and flails? Got some interesting characters.
She like looks a little perplexed for a second, then quickly fixes her face, and she says, "You really do need to talk to TJ." And just kind of says, well, "Good luck," and then goes back in.
Oh, cool. That went.
Pretty
It went.
well.
I didn't even know that he had a son, but from what it sounds like he likely is a hunter as well.
It's gonna be really awkward trying to pass a background check as JT Beverly with daughter being a fan of Cam Campbell.
Well, you already passed your background check. The guy literally just plugged in your social. You pulled up.
Oh,
You're
okay.
good to go. Yeah. You're clear.
Never mind.
So
He
Yeah.
checked it. She didn't. Yeah.
Simon, you can upgrade from your
she's
sword
17.
to
She
a
can't, she can't legally sell guns. Go ahead.
silver flail or something. Maybe hand me down sword to Zeke.
Now Simon's pretty outfitted,
Get him a pike
unless you
or
plan on
a lance or
upgrading
something.
anything. Oh, I didn't tell you, by the way. I talked to Tim and he said he's gonna have to make more silver rounds. We already got what he had, and it was just half a box left. But we can get more, and I can give some to you, Simon.
Strong Simon type.
Messy's like, I was totally paying attention and not
He was
watching
bullying me.
Pornhub.
He was bullying me. Well, I don't need the ammo. He would just kind of wave his hand and say, you can use the gun. I'm good with the sword.
You use gun. I have big sword that scares people.
So I
What do we
just
do
got
about
this one
Zeke?
so that I could have it.
I'm
Oh, then let
if-
Zeke use it.
I'm like right here, right? Like I can answer
Yeah,
for
we're all
myself.
right here talking.
I honestly being in there made me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, you don't seem like
I-
a gun guy. We got to get you something like Simon has. You have an
I,
extra sword at
well,
home?
What if I had like no, like he'll just like immediately just-
Lightsabers real? Can we get him a lightsaber?
I was thinking something more of like a blunt weapon, like a club or maybe a bat. Vivian was talking about maybe explosives. I was thinking maybe I can start to look into something
An
like
explosive club?
that. That
Yeah,
would be
I-
very cool, but this is real life, Cam. It's not.
Yeah, I
I'm-
keep getting
I'm
reminded of that today.
See, I wouldn't recommend
This
you get
isn't
close
like
to
a-
these things. I think maybe you
I
should.
don't think the concoctions would be that difficult. It's just making different chemical balances, and I'm pretty science savvy.
I think he means the blunt weapon, not the
Oh.
explosives.
You don't need to
like-
bring a hammer into what should be a gunfight, like me. I'm a bit of a special case. Or
I don't want to be in the fight. Period. I can definitely help you guys though.
Well, you should hold on to a gun just in case, but you don't have to ever fire it.
I think a flail. I vote flail. Machete.
flail does sound very cool. Like you'll just hear like his tone gets like very serious now.
Did you
Flail
lift a
does sound very-
mallet? Are you pretty kind of
Yeah, I've cooked on occasion. Like talking about like a food mallet, like tenderized meat.
It's funny. I was thinking like a rubber mallet for like, doing woodwork.
I meant like a maul, like not the kind you shop at, but the big hammery type.
Is this another Star Wars reference, Cam?
You knew a lightsaber is Star Wars references. But no, I don't think so. I don't think they had mauls. I mean, I guess they had like Darth Maul, but no, the big hammer, like
I think that
you
would
play
be really
Diablo
hard.
at all? You know, the barbarian with the hammer.
I'll do some research, but I definitely feel like it would be an inconvenience to lug around a giant weapon. And then he would just like casually look at Simon.
It's very inconvenient, but I'm strong. Zeke.
I have no
strong.
doubt. I think for the first time, Zeke will take off his jacket and he'll just kind of like, oh no, I don't think he's gonna like flex maybe like look how strong I am, because he's not like super weak or anything. He's frail, sure, but he's got
He just
like,
rips off his shirt and starts bodybuilding.
well, I mean, Yeah, sure.
Now he's Master Roshi.
Just expands.
Again, he looks frail and stuff just by his body, but you guys haven't seen him without like his jacket typically off. I keep thinking of like the fan art because like he just had like a cardigan like on, but that's not how I've ever depicted him. But he'll just I can be strong too, almost like trying to be like, I'm there with you.
Well, it's easy. We'll just look like that band where they had like the construction worker and all that. You could be the construction
The
worker.
Village
Simon will be
People?
our. I don't know. They're old. But maybe. But one's
Hey,
a.
guys, I gotta get back to work. So
You could be a fisherman, Simon. You got the fishing bag. You'll be a fisherman.
Uh-huh.
We'll have the.
Vivian, you hold on to my gun. If Simon wants to, sorry, I'm Simon. If Zeke wants to take it, you can let him take it. But I've got to go. So, Cam,
Think
I'll
about
let you
it.
know when I. Okay, Cam, you still good for the warehouse tomorrow? You
Yeah,
be there at
7:30. We'll be there at
7:30.
7:30.
Yeah,
Got
okay.
it.
All right. Bye, guys. And he'll walk off and hop in his little mini coupe.
Fisherman!
Trevor.
Zeke, what do you think about dressing up like a construction worker?
I actually like to fish. I haven't been fishing in a long time. Maybe I could be the fisherman. Almost like that's a really cool idea. I want to
I
dress.
guess
like
you
a
could both be fishermen. And Viv will just, I don't know, babe with a gun. And I guess I'll, how do I fit into this group? I gotta think about me. I'm
We'll work
workshopping
on
it.
our alter egos another time.
Maybe
Fisherman,
I'll-
Viv in like a bikini with a automatic.
Did we all drive here, or did we just take, like, did we meet here? I don't think
Yeah,
we ever
probably.
talked about that, did we? Okay,
Probably just met
I'm
here.
assuming that we all just kind of met here,
Yeah.
kind of all on our own thing. Zeke will kind of like wave. I gotta get to work as well. Slab's gotta open up soon. But what is today Monday in game?
Monday.
'Cause we
Yep.
I'll when were you supposed to get the body cam footage, Cam?
That is a work in progress. Waiting to hear from my attorney on that one. But we're pushing, hopefully sooner rather than later. Apparently, because it's a murder investigation, it's harder to get. But I'll do what I can.
I do have some things to attend to work, but please let me know. I'm very interested to see what they have.
Yeah, me too. He'll say like
I'm-
checking his phone.
I think I'm also gonna try to research into some weapons so that I'm not so defenseless. But Viv, I will talk to you later as well. And then you'll just kind of see him like solemnly walk back to, not solemnly, but like, just kind of like his normal, like kind of like, like back to his car, which I imagine is not super far from here.
Just like, all right, Zeke, I'll catch you later. Kind of waves.
And then
off.
from not even turning around, he'll just like kind of like wave at you.
Can you imagine Zeke with a baseball bat or a club just beating a werewolf?
If it works, you saw Simon. I mean,
Yeah, but Zeke's like a little guy.
my
Granted,
preference
Simon
is
looks like
that
a little guy too.
my preference is that he uses a gun because I think he'd be safer with it. But I'm not going to push him.
Well, if he's a surgeon, he can slice and dice. We should let him slice and dice. He can aim for all the proper bits.
We'll at least try to do some training at the range. Anyway, I'll text Carlene at some point this week, and then we can head over there once we have some weapons to test out. And she'll hand you like your bag or whatever of the 22 bullets.
I'm probably
These are
the
for
least prepared
yours.
to use these things, but I'll
You said it's
think
been
of
a while.
something.
We should probably see what kind of shape that's in.
That's fair. I do have to get some stuff before new episode comes out tonight, but we got time.
Yeah, I can look it over for you.
That would be great.
It's a date night.
Oh, we're working.
The work night.
Sure.
It's a work night.
That's what you can call it. I
Today it's
guess.
late night.
She's gonna start expecting to be on the payroll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I start all of a sudden I start cleaning and like doing random stuff and be like,
I write this monthly check to Vivian. I don't remember what it's for.
I have no
It
idea.
doesn't look
what
like
this
my
is for, but
signature.
here
What's
you go.
happening?
Yeah.
Well, she is HR, right? So, all right, cool. So, flash forward to the next morning, 7:30 a.m. Rena, your character gets to sleep in. The two of theirs are gonna go to are gonna go out. Wait, I don't know what time. I don't know what time your episode gets released, but I don't know if you're the kind of if Cam's got a YouTuber that sits there and watches the comments for the first hour, or if you're just like, I don't want to fucking watch that shit. That's somebody else's job, or what have you. But are you well rested the next morning, or are you tired going in for going across town for 7:30?
I imagine he's more of like a get up early, get stuff done in the earlier part of the day. Probably not 7:30 early, but like it's probably not that big of a deal to get up that early for him.
Cool. And then something I keep forgetting to ask Messi for like 5 weeks now. You drive a Mini Cooper, but I was curious if you want one of the Mini Coopers with a standard trunk or like the really cool like double door trunk.
The blue ones.
That doesn't answer my question.
Yep.
He seems like a standard trunk kind of guy to me.
Yeah, yeah, I'm kind of a standard trunk kind of guy. Thanks.
Oh, see, I like the double door because I like the idea like you grab open just one of the doors, you pull out the sword, you slam it shut, versus like you press the button, you step back, you wait 53 seconds while the door slowly opens up because of stupid hydraulics and electronics.
Yeah, but he just
And then you press
inherited the
button
sword
again,
recently,
it
right?
slowly goes, right?
So his
He's
car
like, "One
wouldn't be
second,
like
guys."
prepared for it.
I could just keep it in my back seat and then just open the door. And
Takes literally Simon like 10 minutes to go anywhere.
Anyways, so you guys show up at the place at 7:30 in the morning. The realtor is yawning as much as I am. He's sitting there holding his
it
his
is a 4-door,
Starbucks.
by the way. It's a 4-door Mini, just to clarify.
Cheaper taxes on that, or insurance, cheaper insurance on that 4 doors.
So he stands there, he's holding his what's it called? A Starbucks tray. And he comes over and he's like, I didn't know you guys liked latte?
Whatever's fine, and he'll just like grab something.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep. So he got 3 lattes, grabs one himself.
Sorry
You
if I
guys
seem
each
a
grab
little
one.
tired. I ran about 20 minutes on a treadmill this morning, so I'm still catching my breath.
He's like, oh yeah, a guy that works out. He totally puts on the sails, plays it up like in his head. He's like, weird flex, fucking bro. But out loud, he's like, oh yeah, you work out. What time you make? How far you go? Gym talk, because clearly the salesperson's gym bro, but I don't know gym bro talk. So we're gonna say the realtor's name is Jim. His name is officially Jim.
All
Spelled
right.
GYM.
Yeah. Well, my parents, they were having fun with the name, and I figure you got to live it up, right? All right. How much you live? No. So he's like, so let's walk around the place and I'll show you what it's like inside, right? So he starts walking around it with you. It's like you can see there's like a good amount of parking that's around here. You have this amount of designated parking here. You have this setup over here that's designated parking. There's you'll see cameras that are put around the place. Just wanted to let you know those are dummy cameras. They're not actually functioning. That's just to make sure people don't do break-ins because it's been vacant for a minute. So easily you can get the wiring going in for that one. There used to be security cameras before, but they were like, the ones from the 90s. So you could easily run wires through those same spots, but it's just not set up. We get yourself a new system. Kind of goes around back. He's like, we can go through each of the doors if you'd like, but, I imagine let's just go inside and check it out. He opens the thing up and brings you to like where the office area is. Decent sized office. There's still several desks inside there. The desks, you can imagine, those typical old boxy shaped metal, like looks like metal, like chrome style legs, but has that like fake veneer wood, but is still clang, clang, clang metal tops. And so on. It has a couple of filing cabinets inside of it. It goes around. The electricity's still functioning, so it's still on there. He goes, the whole place is heated in the winter time, so you have to worry about getting cold or, if it's too rainy. There's no leaks or anything like that inside here, so nothing to worry about. Walks through and it starts pointing out different stuff. goes over to like where the loading bay is. He's like right here. There's two different loading bay doors. They open up to the same spot. But if you actually check out the spot over here, and it kind of like points to the area of the wall and the ceiling, previous renters, they used one of those temporary partitions. So if you grab up anything that's compatible with it, you could easily throw up, you know, a divider here, no problem. Kind of like goes around, shows you all the details, da 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 da. But then, of course, we eventually come over to your characters actually asking questions about the place. Again, talks about square footage, blah, blah, blah. So
I don't know if we have that many questions we need to RP, do we? Unless Messi, Simon has some.
We could ask about the strange exit that they pointed out that we have marked on the safe house.
There's a
strange
post turn.
exit.
Yes.
Yeah, there's like we have so built in when we got it. There's an exit to the docks.
Or what looks like could be one.
Could be a sewer
Oh,
entrance.
is
It could be something. This is not an actual part of the property. This is.
Oh, I was like, I don't remember seeing that picture or whatever. Okay, cool. So,
no.
so
This is a
describe
feature
to
it's
me
going
what
to
you're-
have when we get it. So it's a exit to the docks. So the docks are across the street. There's like a boat docking area there.
Mhm.
And so for our characters' purposes, there's like an exit to get to those docks. It could be a sewer entrance, whatever it may be, but there's some way of exiting the building through like a somewhat secretive area to get to that.
Okay. So let me because that makes no sense for like real life construction. So let me come up with a reasoning for why something would be there. Just give me half a tick. It'd be like, it's like this building's not even gonna be that old, right? It's maybe 50 years old. So just give me a second.
Built
Maybe.
over like an abandoned section of sewer or something.
So you'd be like, so it's kind of a funny feature that it wouldn't have shown online. If you want to check out downstairs, I know it's weird, but this place actually has a proper foundation. Actually has a downstairs to it.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, come on down. And he goes over, and you go back into the loading area. And over inside the loading area, there's a door that looked like it probably went to a closet or whatever it is. And he grabs the handle, and he gets a little embarrassed for Havotic there as he like tries to open the door, and he eventually takes like 2 or 3 like shove tries to eventually open the damn door up. Nobody really used this before. It's sticks. Watch out. Downstairs does take in a little bit of water. Nothing too bad. You know, everything holds strong. Everything's good. It's all supported by I-beams, and everything's will pass inspections if you want to go through that process. And makes his way down to go show you the downstairs. The downstairs is not quite as big as the upstairs.
Time out. Looking fan art.
Yeah, I had to look too.
Who's in the middle?
Yeah, who's number 6?
Number 6.
Who's in the who is that?
There's a 6th person.
Did Troll insert himself? He did.
Oh, yes, treadmill.
Treadmill.
Okay. Ah,
I think that's treadmill.
that's awesome.
I didn't know
was like-
Treadmill had a real face.
Yeah. I just always assumed treadmill looked like Shrek. You know.
I just expected an actual troll. Yeah.
Why is my photo always so blurry?
Glorious.
Well,
just
you know,
blurry.
get a better
I bet you in
camera.
real life,
See?
it's like Scary Movie. Whenever they meet the one guy whose face is just like always contorted, your face is just always out of focus.
Oh, okay, yeah, makes
It's hard
sense.
to find pictures of you when your whole Twitter is dedicated to Rena. So,
And Pokemon. Don't
and
forget
yeah,
that.
I accept being the cowboy, by the way. 100% accept it. I am perfectly fine with it. Messy though.
Rena, you want to trade?
Rocking those chaps.
Anyone
Nope.
want to trade?
No,
Anyone
I'm
up for a
good.
trade? Good
No,
old fashioned
no.
1 for 1 here.
With a show of hands, who is not surprised Messy's the one wearing tidy whities?
Not surprised. Not surprised.
No surprise.
I think I could
The hell?
totally rock that look. To be honest,
All right, I'll be the construction worker.
I think I
if you
could
don't
rock it.
mind.
Is that what the fisherman dresses like? Messy's
Yeah.
character.
Sexy fisherman.
I just like that Messy's character is the BDSM one. BDSM inside.
I look the least interested in what we're doing.
Yeah, because where we showed up for cosplay, you showed up to get whipped. You know, you're like, oh, it's just cosplay.
Oh,
I
a different
knew that.
costume. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
I like
You
that
got shown
Scott
the-
is pulling Pat's waist and also pointing a gun at him. That's awesome.
Well, Pat's already told me no twice, and I'm
Must have
gonna
been
get a
Pat's
yes.
birthday. Scott's trying to kill him on his birthday again.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you should
Um,
you should have just put a bag of holding in Scott's hand. That would have been a little bit more up to par.
back
Like
to
a little
BDSM.
paper bag
man.
with like teeth.
Yeah. Put CX's feet just out there. Oh, Scott's failed the strength roll to pull this body out.
My memory's so bad I've already forgotten why we look like the village people.
You made a bad reference in game.
You did make a bad
Okay, that
rep.
sounds about
That
right.
was your fault, actually.
Okay.
That
great.
is why we look that way.
God,
actually.
my
It
brain is dangerous.
It is actually you. You were like, we could be like, the village people.
My brain's like a nuclear missile, but like a mental one.
I don't think you actually said we would be those people, but like Simon said, the village people, you said that we could be like the people that are dressed up like, the fisherman, the cowboy.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because Cam didn't get the reference. He's like village people. I know the
Yeah.
song. I don't know who the hell they are. Because he's young.
All right, so you guys go into the basement. It's definitely slick down there. Like it is not. He's like, okay, it's rained a lot recently, so it's taken a little bit of water. But you can see it's a pretty solid spot down here. Obviously anything you store down here, you're gonna want to put up on pallets. But it's additional storage. But like I said, the last people that rented the place didn't use it at all. But it's extra storage if you need it, and it's not marked in the pricing, so it's not accounted for in the pricing. Everything kind of goes for how upstairs is good. It is set industrial. We just had the electrical work done a few years ago, so this actually does hold a 250 amp, which I think is fine for industrial. It does hold 250 amps, so you're good to go. You can run this place however you need to, and you have separate. Entirely separate fuse box, everything electrical going for the functioning of the office than you do for the rest of the warehouse. That way you don't have to worry about servers going down if you have anything set up inside there, and so on and so on and so on. So, obviously you like the place, he says, and steps inside of splashes in a puddle. Should I go and get the lease paperwork? What are we talking about here?
Actually, would you guys be interested in just selling?
Did anybody
so-
actually call the location?
Simon did. He talked
Yeah.
to him.
So
I
yeah,
mean, like in real life.
I talked to the owners about that before, about the potential of selling. They didn't seem too interested right off the bat, but my opinion is we should always keep options open. So they're willing to entertain offers, but they're more interested in owning the property. So if it's an offer to catch their attention, we can definitely go that way.
Sure, we just
Um,
have a lot of modifications we'd want to make. And whenever you're leasing, that tends to be a bit more problematic than when you own. But everything about the location is kind of ideal for our, business and everything. So I just wanted to get that out there and find out. We can have our people reach out and start negotiations if that's the case.
All right, sure, yeah. I didn't get contact by any agency, so I didn't know if you had somebody representing the two of you, if you were just doing it yourself.
Oh, Simon and I are here. We're very hands-on, but when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, then we get them involved.
Why don't you so you say we get them involved? He goes, well, you don't have to get them involved, right? I mean, I'm sure you can check everything out and make sure things are good to go if you're looking to buy. You don't necessarily have to get anyone else involved. If you'd like, I could just handle the whole process for you. And I'm sure we can come up with a number that is reasonable for both sides.
We'll have to talk to our group because, well, there's contracts involved and everything. We can't violate our side's contracts, so there's supposed to be more hands in the pot. We'll have to make sure that we're by the book on it, but you
I'm
know.
sure CEO, COO, acquisitions, you got to get everybody involved before you make a big decision. No, it makes sense. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of business you got?
Well, obviously moving lots of equipment for different clientele around the world. Now that depends on the clientele, what it is. Sometimes it's simple things, but you know,
No.
Say that you're in the
Sorry.
hot dog business. You sell weenies.
Here's no,
No one will
sorry.
question it.
You I didn't know what you meant. Like you.
I don't
you're
either
different
some of the time. We just handle the day to day.
Oh, you must be acquisitions. Oh, okay. I just didn't know if you were. I just didn't know if this was part of a bigger company or if you're like one of those like gnarly startups. I mean, most of them are going to be found in California, but you know, up in Washington, we get some love sometimes. We got a couple of really cool like drone companies and whatnot around here. So I just didn't know if you were into that stuff. My daughter, she loves drones. She's got like 17 of them. So I just didn't know if you guys did that kind of stuff, but. So anyways, I'm sure you, like you said, you got to talk to your people. We got the numbers, we understand. Do you want me to go and get the lease paperwork for you to at least have that in hand to show to them?
Well, I guess one thing, do we have a starting number as to what you think they would be interested in for negotiations?
That's a rough question to answer. They have not given me any, I suppose, what's what we're looking for here? I don't really have much to work with. They are pretty leaning to no. So I don't want to throw any numbers and misrepresent my clients, if you know what I'm saying. But like I said, if you don't really have anybody working with you on your side, I'm sure we could find something that's amicable and beneficial for everybody. I'd be more than happy to work the whole thing out for you. Okay?
Simon, anything you got?
What can you tell us about the owners? They seem like they really just want some kind of property for like a steady income. Then.
Yeah, well, you know, without getting too into the nitty gritty here, actually, roll me what's that? A charm? What are the words in this campaign? I think it's like
Persuasion plus
plus
charisma?
manipulation. No, I'd say plus manipulation because you're trying to apply information out of him.
Persuasion plus manipulation.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're trying to be charming, that's charisma, isn't it?
Yeah,
maybe
you're
not.
trying to get him to sell more than he's.
Okay. Yeah, you got it. As the face of the group, I'm sure this will go well.
Good luck.
Hey! Oh, I thought that was a 10. That's a 0.
Good job.
Do you want a willpower reroll?
No.
Do you want to luck it?
No.
This chat knows I always almost give away free information. So he goes, yeah, there's not much I can really share with you. I can tell you that this is an investment property that they've had for some time, and for the right payday, they might be willing to, let's say, hand off the aggravation, as opposed to, you know, constantly having to manage it, maintain it, switch between. But for the most part, they liked having the investments property kind of working for them.
Now, I think you can give us a little bit more than that. I mean, you're talking about representing us too, and if we're gonna have this fair back and forth, I think it's, you know, we can be a little bit more open with each other.
Okay, that does sound more like a persuasion. I will take that as a persuasion. No, sorry, not
Yep.
persuasion. That does sound more like a charisma. No, this is negotiations. That is a manipulation and whatever the other one is.
Great.
Make up your
Thank you
mind,
for
sir.
your excellent guidance.
The fuck's the skill one called? I just said it.
Persuasion.
Persuasion. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know if I'm yawning a lot. I'm really tired. I'm like, hold it together, Scott.
Jesus.
Would you like to willpower reroll?
Why not? Yeah, can't get much worse. I'll luck it too, because why the fuck not?
Hey, you actually got one. So 3. He goes, you say, I hope you can get, he goes, well, you know, they're a little bit older. They're retired. So keeping this property is, you know, Social Security. You know how it is. They're always trying to gouge out Social Security, so they don't know if they're going to be getting a paycheck next month, next year, whatever it is. So it's It's
Well, that's
secure
why you
income.
gotta sway them to sell. Why would you want to go paycheck to paycheck and have to depend on someone being here with a lease for long term when you can just get your big payday up front and they can still reinvest some of that money, pay off what they need to, and then pull out of investments and make even more?
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I've argued with them many times to leave selling on the table, and like I said, I've talked them out of a hard no to a soft no. And that's where it currently sits. So, like I said, for the right offer, they'd be willing to entertain. But without any paperwork being signed, I can't exactly speak more on. I am a fiduciary to theirs, so I can't really speak more beyond that.
He's a douche.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll get someone to run some numbers. Maybe that'll help convince. I'll show the pros and cons of either one, and we can pass that along.
Yeah, no, not a problem. Like I said, if you want to handle this, I'll be more than happy to. You just let me know if that's what you're interested in doing. I'll talk to them. We'll see what we can figure out, and I'm sure we can come up with something amicable. Okay?
Perfect. You mind if we just stick around, just take a look around the outside for a bit?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I got a couple emails I got to get to, anyways. So I'm just gonna be out in my car. By the way, I saw that Model X. How's that doing for you?
It's pretty good. Sometimes the detection system on the doors is a bit annoying, but pretty good storage, good, dependable, I guess.
How's it for the long haul?
I don't take very long trips too often. Most of my are short commutes, so hard to say.
My girlfriend, she's all about Napa Valley, so those drives can get long. So, oh well. Anyways, I'll be outside if you have any
My
questions.
Mini
And-
Cooper's nice. It's nice.
Yeah, I'm sure there's really good trunk space.
Yeah, it's 4-door. It's nice.
It's a good color too. That shade of blue, solid.
And he points to Cam and he says, "It does go pretty far. Long haul."
Sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can fuel it up wherever needed, right? Doesn't need premium, right? Standard, unleaded. Yeah,
Have a
so
good
I'm
day.
gonna be in my car if you need anything.
Just now dawned on me that you drive a Mini Cooper and your great sword that you use is probably bigger than the car.
That's why I
How
don't
do-
Remember
wear
how I
it.
mentioned
do
the
you-
back door?
Yeah. Like I've been thinking about this and I've been like looking at pictures. I'm like, how the fuck does he fit this in the car?
I lay the seats down.
As somebody with
Okay,
a
but
Kona,
that's still you're still missing
you put
like
one of the seats down.
He's a big
It's
fishing
diagonal.
fan with no tackle box and only one fishing pole.
Any other questions?
No, you
Does
can
it
see you guys walk
fold,
around the place.
or-
Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, I guess Cam would just ask Simon. So, what do you think?
I'm thinking if I can find the owners, I might be able to find something on the books or off the books that might get them in a little bit of trouble, might make them want to sell.
Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna have to piss you off. Okay.
Well, I mean, if they're on social and they are owning a warehouse, like you're saying, it'd benefit them to sell, so maybe we could just push them in that direction with a little audit.
Yeah. We'll work your,
You know, less assets they have to worry about. They got someone knocking on their door, why not get rid of it, you know?
Hey, I mean, if it helps us, I suppose. And plus, I think it's probably actually a better financial decision to sell at this point if they're older. Unless
You're
they're
right,
gonna
Cam.
pass it
We're
down.
doing a good thing. He, like, taps you on the shoulder.
But as far as the place itself, I mean,
It's nice,
could
yeah.
be-
the-
guns somewhere. And basement, Drippy. It's a great place to interrogate horrible, monstrous prisoners.
You guys are still in the basement, so as you say that, Drippy, why don't you guys go ahead and roll me that, what is it, awareness and wits roll, each of you.
Any modifiers?
I'm going to say no. Unless you have special abilities or whatever. Ooh, Cam. Do you want to luck that, or are you happy with your 3?
I'd like the 3.
I'd say luck it. We got 6.
All
I
right.
don't know what we're using the 6 for, to be fair.
I mean, 3's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
3's pretty good.
3's okay.
If I'd rolled a 0, I would have thought about it. Maybe I could have.
Yeah, maybe you rolled a 0. Yeah.
I mean, maybe you want to actually just do a reroll, and maybe you could get 2 zeros.
No.
Okay.
But you could.
So-
The option's
so we-
there.
with your total of a 3, you were able to kind of like walking around the place. It feels drafty down there, not just like wet. You notice it feels drafty, which is funny because like the door upstairs is, even though it's open, it doesn't feel like the draft is coming from upstairs. It's strange.
You feel the breeze down here? Should there be a breeze in the basement?
I don't know. I don't do architecture. I do taxes.
I pay my taxes. I almost said don't do either, but I don't want to.
Is
I do.
the AC on? Maybe is there a vent down here? EC? I'm not seeing one.
Can I try to tell which direction I feel like the air's flowing from, Scott?
Yeah. You could absolutely do that. So you kind of like put your hand up, and it's not like you can get like the exact spot, but it definitely feels like the draft is heading up the stairs as opposed to like it's like blowing from more or less like from a wall heading up the stairs as opposed, because like you more or less go down you're at the bottom of the stairs. You kind of do that the whole like hold your hand up, and you can feel the breeze is going up the stairs, not down, which is again strange. That means there's something down, some way the air is flowing from here up.
Well, it's definitely coming from down here, and I mean, I didn't notice anything too crazy upstairs. Let's maybe that's the cause of why it's damp down here too. Maybe there's some kind of a problem in the foundation. That could be problematic if there is. So we should probably try to figure it out.
Well,
get an
all right,
inspector
I guess
something down here.
I'll look around, see if I can find where the water's coming from, and maybe you can track this breeze you're feeling.
Yeah.
So
Let's sort it out.
with him saying, look where the water's coming from, you don't even need to make a roll because it's specifically what he just said there is like a triggering phrase. You say where the water's coming from, you can literally see the water is pooling up in 2 different spots, but it's definitely coming from one particular wall. The water seems to almost be flowing from that's where it came from, not because there's active water running right now, but because you can tell by like the grooves inside the ground, kind of like erosion. I'm going to use that phrase, but not quite erosion because it's stone. It's only been so many years, not like, hundreds or thousands. But you can definitely see just the way that like kind of like the dirt has moved, and you can see a natural path from the current having been there. That brings you guys over to one of the walls that's over there. I mean, you go over to the wall and you put your like hands over by that wall. This is where you notice, okay, it feels like there's a breeze coming from this wall right here. It's really strange. Molly! Not
Hey,
Molly.
Gym Squad.
Molly's not strange. The wall is strange. Molly's not.
No, she's strange.
I've seen Stranger Things, but only season 1.
Dinner. How was your stream, sweetheart? How was the entropy?
Oh, it was good this morning. Thank
Entropy
you, though. I
center?
appreciate it.
I don't care about you, Scott.
You said sweetheart. I thought you were talking about
Our friendship is purely transactional,
Oh, okay. Well,
and somehow I'm losing
receipts.
horribly on it. Oh. It's a really bad transaction. It's fun. That's good. The entropy ate a cat. What?
Poor cat.
Schrodinger's cat may have not gotten eaten. We don't know.
Well, some friendships are transactional. Those probably aren't the best ones, Agent, so a critical fail is probably fitting.
well, like work friendships. Like if you're friends with your boss at work, that's a very transactional friendship.
Or like an escort.
Oh, okay. Or
No, what do you mean? They
or
actually
that.
genuinely like you. That's why they're so nice.
Yeah, definitely. Or like bartenders. Bartenders not your friend. They're absolutely there for your money. So
What? No. They really like you.
yeah, totally, 100%.
All right, well, I guess can we knock on the wall, see if it's like hollow, or is there just like a very obvious hole? Is there anything?
Yeah. So for this one, I will let one of you guys aid the other one to give you a +1, and you can go ahead and roll for me again. This one's going to be an investigation plus either wits or intelligence, whichever one's better for whoever's rolling higher.
I
so
can
like,
get a
for instance,
5, Messy. I don't know what yours is. A 5 is the best I can do.
Well, it's the
I
two
think you can do a
rolls.
6. Investigation wits for Messi
Investigation.
is a 6.
Okay, investigation wits or investigation intelligence.
Yeah, it's 6
Yeah,
for me for investigation wits.
Okay, so
So-
I'll give you you roll the investigation, whatever, and I'll give you a +1, I think.
Exactly that.
Nice. So it's 7
Unless
dice.
you have a specialty that helps you find crazy
no.
walls.
Rolling.
Hey!
That's a
Do you
lot
wanna
of
reroll?
wins. I guess
You
I
wanna
Could
could.
re-roll 3, the 1 and the 2 4s.
You know what? Why not? I guess for the fun of it.
Oh my
To
god,
see
we're
how
gonna
high we
find
can get
so
it?
much.
I missed.
Wow.
Oh. You want to luck it? Try to get 7?
No,
You wanna look
I think
at-
I'll go
yeah.
with 6. I think I'll go with 6 wins.
Why not? Why did you lock it? Come on.
No, I think we're going with 6 wins.
Lock it.
Rena, join in
Lock
this. Fuck
it.
it.
Lock it. Lock it.
Go ahead, why not?
Once I fuck it.
There you go.
Because I'm
Yeah.
gonna waste it.
Yeah,
Yep.
no,
Kinda would
no,
be.
no, getting wasted is what you do when you're getting slapped in the face. Okay.
I get wasted before I get slapped, like a regular person.
Very smart.
Oh, I guess doing it after doesn't really make sense. But it helps me forget. This got really dark. We should just find out what happens, Scott, with 6 successes.
So you guys eventually find that the reason why it's leaking over here is because the wall that's there is not the same as the walls around it. It actually seems like it was patched in later on. It gives you the impression like you're not entirely sure what it is. Like, okay, this wall feels like it was added later. So you're like, huh. Well, maybe there was some damage that happened down here, water damage, whatever it is, and so they eventually had to patch up the wall. So as part of the investigation, you notice that the mortar there seems maybe it's like a little bit weaker. You probably pull a little tool, maybe you have a pocket knife, whatever it is, and you poke at what it is. And then you realize, holy shit. Not only did they like brick up or whatever the spot that's right here, the mortar is, of course, like I said, worn down. When you poke through, you're like, I literally see light coming through from the other way. Like you bend down and like squint and look through, you're like, it's fucking light on the other side of this wall. What the hell? Like there's a room or a tunnel or something over there. You can't tell because the hole's too small, but the wall is not for structure.
Cam, you seeing this?
Yeah, the wall's a little less wally than the other walls. I mean, something's
Yeah.
definitely up.
Yeah, someone put a wall here later after they finished building the building. I guess they either didn't build a section or knocked it out. But look, you can, and he just takes his knife again and starts poking through it. It's all worn down. It's gonna need to be completely replaced at this point. It's almost like there's nothing behind it. That's where all the water's coming from.
You see poke through a few times.
Yeah.
You poke through enough times that you can literally grab a brick and pull it out.
Look, this brick just slipped right out.
I hope that they. Okay, yeah.
And then he'll kind of like stand on his tiptoes and like peer through and see what's on the other side if he can, how far he can see.
It's legit a tunnel that's dark, but at the end of the tunnel, on the far side of it, you can see light. It's the end of the tunnel.
We could use this, Cam. We
What?
could let them know they have a problem with the foundation and show them that their wall isn't exactly a wall and they might be willing to part with the building rather than replace the whole basement.
Yeah, what is this? We're not sitting in sewer water, are we?
No, but I did do a little bit of research, and all the places I was researching happened to be places where they were used as like havens for different crime organizations, mafias, gangs, that kind of thing. And this one, I remember, a long time ago was, I believe it was some kind of smuggling, and maybe liquor or something, in the 1900s.
Oh god, is there a body in this wall?
There might be, and that's a great thing.
Yeah, I agree. Bones are good for the building.
Oh, they're good for your pocket. Why don't you go talk to the broker, see if you might want to talk to the owners, maybe work something out here.
Yeah, should I get like?
You have a lawyer, right?
Yeah, should I get them involved in this, or is this something I want to keep off the books? I was gonna make this purchase kind of like not as me.
I mean, let's not do laws yet. Let's keep the lawyers away for now, but you could always let them know you have one, and maybe that'll tip the scale in your favor again.
Yeah, that's fair. place has some
Okay.
potential, though. I think a lot of parking. We could even like land a plane. What are those planes that don't have to like use runways? A Harrier. You get like a Harrier.
We could get maybe a helicopter for one,
Okay, that's a little bit less cool, but I guess
or a forklift would probably be a little more on the safe side.
could get a forklift to lift boxes with.
Well, you talk to the broker. I'll try to put this brick back, I guess, for now.
A regular person own a Harrier? Yes, dear.
I'll just say I've done taxes for a
What?
long time.
No,
and I
not
haven't
actually
seen
you,
it.
Siri. Go away. Sorry.
Anyway, I'll be here.
Hey Siri,
And kind of starts like trying to shove the brick
can a
back in.
person actually own a Harrier jet?
I mean, with enough money, you can buy anything, right?
I don't like the way she
No.
went. Hmm?
Advanced military technology cannot be sold like a car or a boat.
I mean, that's not true. It won't be
What's the
legal,
first
but you
search
can definitely buy it. You purchased it overseas, and you just happened to bring it with you when you moved here.
Yeah, I found a guy in London. I was at a pub eating some fish and chips. And he was just like, "Hey, you want to buy a Harrier jet?" I was like, "Oh yeah." He's like, "Oh, mine just had a litter. I've got a whole bunch of extras." Like, "Oh yeah, I'll take a little Harrier. I'll raise it as my own."
I don't think there's anything against building your own, right?
I
There
don't-
probably is.
There's a
Right.
dude that
I don't think you can own jet fuel.
Well, that and it probably has to pass all sorts of XYZ before it's allowed to go in the sky, you know? So,
that doesn't stop people either. People literally just get on like a random ass fucking thing that they built and just fly over LAX with balloons
yeah,
Or-
but
A forklift.
or a forklift.
either way, if you put a helicopter on the roof, you'd very quickly have a helicopter in the basement, let's just say. So, but all right, so you go to talk to the person. Go ahead, Wade.
Just so you know, there's a pretty kind of alarming issue in the basement. I'm not sure if you've done any looking into the leak. But,
Yeah,
one
no,
of those...
like I said, it takes in some water, but most people don't even use the basements. You know, it's secure. You get I-beams that are making sure that the ground's not going
Well,
to
you
go
say
anywhere.
that, but water, especially if it's coming in from like near the ocean, salt water can be very detrimental to concrete. And if it's going to be constantly flowing in and out, it can damage the rest of the foundation. And the one wall, if you want to call it that, that's kind of like holding it back, very poorly mortared. In fact, might be causing more issues than not. This could be a bigger issue for legal reasons than I think maybe people want to hold on to. Now, we could completely renovate it, but again, we'd have to own it to do so. So, we may
hold
have
on.
to
A
report
couple-
the problems
I'm
to the
gonna-
county.
I'm going to cut you off there for a second. You don't need to own the property to renovate it. It's for a business. Renovation's expected for you to be able to function, for your business to be able to run.
If we got to rebuild from the foundation up, I don't know. We like the location of the property, but we got to get it in full inspection now that we know that there's salt water possibly leaking in and a really shady wall that this might be a county issue. Again, I might have to report this and have someone else from the county come take a look. This could become a big legal nightmare. I got to call my attorney, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Why did you go ahead? Because you're again manipulation, and this sounds like intimidation.
I'm very intimidating.
So
I will give you a +1 for scenario.
So generous. Not bad.
Hey, listen,
Oh,
I get
look at
yelled
that.
at for giving minuses and pluses. So,
Damn it.
so did you get 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Alright, that's
3
pretty
out of 5 die ain't bad.
Was that now, baby? Don't be sad. 3 out of 5 ain't bad. So where were we? He says, listen. First of all, you're gonna want to get an inspector anyways. To that, I have a list of inspectors. It's just a list that you print out from, the state. So it's not like I put the list together. It's kind of randomized how it gets put together. That's, state law. I can get you some inspectors' names if you need that to come in here. Second of all, again, it's a location. Seems like you're interested. We could talk numbers. I'd be more than happy to. Do you want me to show you? Do you want to show me what it is that you're talking about?
Cam will look over to Simon. Like, do they want him to come down and take a look?
Yeah, sure. One of the bricks actually fell out, but I put it back where I found it, so you can take a look.
He goes, I hope no property's getting damaged while you're here. And, somewhat accusationally, and then goes with you.
Well, you think we can punch a brick out? Thanks for the credit.
And he goes, well, it's that Mini Cooper energy. He says, kind of, once you get dickish and
exactly what I'm talking about.
And you guys go downstairs and you take out the brick and you show it to him and he goes, holy shit. Okay.
Yeah. So, bit of an issue there, don't you think?
Yeah, for a couple of reasons. Yeah, I think I could talk to them and convince them to maybe sell the place.
All right, well, we got to make sure we're still even interested with this revelation. So talk to them, let us know. We're going to make some calls ourselves and I guess see if we can salvage something out of this. But this is, well, not exactly what we were expecting.
Oh, no, I get it. Listen, you let me know when you're ready to come to the table, and if you want me handling everything, we'll get some numbers together, okay? You let me know soon, because I'm going to go talk to them.
Yeah, we'll do.
That sounds good. We'll keep in touch.
Okay. He'll walk out with you guys, and then lock up the place, and he'll hop in his car and drive off. I assume you took pictures, Wade?
I imagine so, yeah. There's no reason why he wouldn't, especially if he's going to actually message.
Actually, probably
anybody
not
about
you. It was probably Messi's character that took pictures. He's the more anal one. He's the one that's like, well, we did get into just a fender bender, and we definitely have to document every aspect of this. But you never know.
Simon would say, you know what? You do have a camera on you, right? You might as well snap a few. And
Yeah, I can get
pictures.
video, I can get photo, whatever you want.
Yeah, so we would have evidence from that. Thanks for letting us retcon.
Oh, we can. Yeah.
Your characters are smarter than you are, so.
That's also true.
Yeah. So, either way, so you guys are, he drives off. Anything else you guys want to say? And again, we can do a little bit of a time hop.
How long do you think we should let him sweat, make him think we're no longer interested?
I'm not sure if it's a time thing as much as it is how long it takes him to talk to the owners. We'll just let them know we want to hear back, and I'll send them something tomorrow asking if they've had a conversation yet.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You contact your lawyers, Wade?
Not yet. We're still trying to handle this ourselves at the moment.
Messi, did you do any research about the location?
Yeah, so I just mentioned originally that he was looking through properties on the job that were like warehouses and stuff that were for sale, and then he brought a small like Zillow list to the bar that him and Zeke looked through, and this is the one they picked out. So every place that it was in his mind was a place that he had some kind of reputation, I guess you could say.
But would you do more of a background to this?
I figure, yeah. I mean, why not? I mean, I got time. Apparently, I don't actually do any work. So yeah, I'll do some research on the property. That's fine.
You work for the IRS. You screw people over the one day a year, and then the rest of the year you're just rolling money. You know how it works.
He also threatened to
how it
do it
works.
to Cam, just kind of as a backhand, like, oh yeah, we'll see what I can pull up on the owners. So why not? Yep. Knock out more on the property since they have something. Since he actually has something.
Cam is an investigative reporter. Would he do any research as well? Or nah?
I think he would be interested now that Simon mentioned the history of like bootlegging and all that. He would do some research. He would try to figure out if they or their family has owned this place for a long time. Maybe they were involved in some like illegal activity, and maybe they'd be afraid if the police would come and dig out the brick wall that might be holding a body.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do some digging.
So why don't you go ahead and both of you guys roll your investigation and I believe intelligence checks. Wade, I think you have a bonus on this for something. I don't.
I do when it's academic research. Whenever I roll
don't know if-
academics.
So
Yeah, if
unfortunately,
I'm
I
rolling
don't think
for
you.
investigation, yeah. I don't know
I
why
don't think you're technically
research.
doing. Go ahead.
No, I'm not doing academics. I'm doing investigation for this.
No, because
so-
you're looking into history, so academics could work for this.
Yeah, I was
one.
gonna say academics could probably work.
it's gonna be
Yeah,
the same amount of dice
investigation
either
or
way.
Academics. All right, well, that's fine.
With the +1, it won't matter. Okay.
The +1 makes my academics a 2, which is what my investigation already is. So 6 of one, half dozen of another. You said
So you boys
wits or
roll.
intelligence?
Oh, my apologies. Intelligence, definitely for the stat.
Mm.
Whoa, do you,
You
want to
should
roll
probably
that?
I
reroll
could
that.
reroll.
You should
to
reroll
see-
that.
Yeah.
Jeez. What's up with us rolling like poop today?
Well.
Okay, well.
Wow. So I assume you're not looking.
God.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Okay.
Messy.
Good luck.
No
okay,
pressure.
so
No
I
pressure.
just want to say I have a skill for investigating finances. Not exactly properties, but finances.
Yep.
I don't know if that would apply here for my investigation.
Depending on your result, I will let that take effect. And again, depending on your result, I'll tell you kind of like the unique story to this.
Okay, so roll with the 1 modifier.
Yeah.
All right. Hmm.
I assume you
God,
want
Go
to
ahead.
reroll?
Also,
You wanna
also
reroll too, yeah.
willpower that. Yeah. Come on.
Okay, well,
Okay.
3.
Three.
If you luck it, you could get a 0.
If I
He's
luck it,
gonna
I could get a 0.
by rolling
Yeah.
a 3. Oh, hey!
Okay, that's 4. 4 is still good.
4 successes. Pretty good.
4 is decent. 4 is decent.
Thanks for the
We
luck,
like it.
chat. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, apparently we need a lot of it because we fucking suck.
So here's the fun thing. You look up the finances for the people that own this place, so on and so forth, and there's proof of finances that stretch back only 15 years. Anything before that doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist?
Like either A, because it was
They were
never
born
filed,
15 years ago.
Either A, it was never filed digitally. No, they're retired. Either A,
Right,
it
yeah.
was
Oh,
they were
yeah.
filed digitally. It was never filed digitally or never ported over to being digital, but that would mean it's 2007, so that's unlikely, right? Or maybe there's a bunch of different reasons. Maybe they never did their taxes prior to that. There's certainly that first year of filing. There's a lot of money involved from going from 0 to that. It's certainly a significant amount of money being ported in. But again, going from 0 to that is striking you as strange.
It's
This is something that if I turned in would warrant a further investigation, I assume.
You would probably be able to get clarity. You probably get approval to do a proper audit or whatever if you wanted to.
Okay. I think I would hold on to that and not necessarily request it yet, but maybe if things go sour in the interview process, I could bring that up. I'll hold on to that. I will I'll text Simon about it. Say,
You're texting yourself?
oh fuck, I
Go
keep
and
doing
text
that.
yourself.
I'm gonna text Cam about it. CC Simon, my personal email. I'm CCing an email on my text. And I'm just gonna let him know that I did some research on the owners and I found that they don't have much of a history. And then he'll say like assuming this is a front for some organization or country that's not exactly up to the books, and he'll put a thumbs up emoji. Great news.
Sounds like it, but if they have connections to some scary organization, could pushing them be bad for us? Question mark, question mark.
And then he'll just say, I have the audit request ready to go if they decide to push back.
Gonna make sure my security system's up to par. ... But sounds good.
It's okay. We can use our different our other accounts. He'll say, with a little winking emoji. Is that a thing? There's a winking emoji. Yeah. He's slow with the emojis. Whenever he sends
You
you
or
an emoji,
Simon
it
tried
takes
to
like
figure that out.
that was me.
It's probably
Whenever,
it's probably a smirk emoji.
Yeah, smirk. Yeah, smirk. That's it. He'll probably take like whenever he sends it with an emoji, it probably takes an extra minute, rather than because he's
He must be
scrolling,
typing a
looking
long
for the
one.
right
Oh
Yeah.
no, he
Oh.
swipes and looks for the picture rather than typing smirk and click.
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah.
I do that.
I do that.
Oh, cool. Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Simon does too.
It's totally
yeah.
normal.
I don't know the names of all the emotes.
I
that
don't
we-
type space roll to get eye roll rather than searching for the fucking emote. No, I definitely don't do that.
Anyway, this is not about us. This is about our characters.
Right.
Cam replies normally and quickly. And everything's great.
Okay. We'll let 2 days pass. Waiting to hear back from the person, and you don't necessarily hear back from them. So 2 more days passing gets you on to Thursday. And as of Thursday, Rena, I think at one point in time you wanted to text Camille. But before you text Camille, we'll say on Thursday, your lawyer gets to you and says, I did get some headway about body cam footage. It looks as though what they've released to the press, which obviously the press only used some, they're willing to release to us as well. So I'm going to send some footage over to you, but be warned, there's not much.
All good. Take what I can get for now, but keep pushing.
Gives you a thumbs up emoji. But for that one, because I use it so often, it's just right there in the little recently used.
Most of the ones I need are also in recently used. Take the longest. Anywho. Well, I guess I don't have to text Viv because she lives in my house. But I will let Simon and Zeke know. Got some extra footage to look over.
I text Brittany all day, and we live and work in the same house.
I'll get a PA system, just press a button. Viv, on floor 3, we got footage to review. The basement. Over.
Over and out.
There's just like on the wall, like it's just like an intercom system. Is that what it is? Like on
Look
an
at my face
iPad?
appears on a
Fucking-
wall. It's just like, hey, can you come
like
downstairs?
a jump scare. Like
What are you doing? Just where every room in the house, our faces can just appear.
she taped over the cameras.
That's me peeling tape.
Okay, so you give them information, whatever. So your lawyer lets you know he'll get you that information for he says if you don't have it this weekend, you'll have it Monday. Without he's like you'll definitely have it by Monday. So
Should
it's
have
Thursday.
by Monday at the latest.
So do you guys do you want to text Camille? Do you want to contact the broker, so on and so forth? What do you guys want to do here?
Oh yeah, after a couple days, I'd reach out to the broker and say, "Hey, we
It's
talked it
Thursday, yeah.
over. We're still fuck. We talked it over. We're still interested. Have you been able to speak with the owners?"
He instead of texting you back, he calls you. It's one of those.
Oh brother, okay, I'll pick it up. Hello?
He goes, yeah, it's easier this way. Yeah, I talked to
Must be a
them.
long conversation.
Kinda, yeah. So I talked to them. They are interested in selling, but you notice that plot right there. By the way, do you have that map still? I feel like you threw it in our secret chat before or something before.
I did throw it in the chat. Yeah, it's somewhere in there. I don't know if I pinned it, but I should have.
Right now I just see croc balls.
They're not balls.
No,
It's a
those last
sack.
ones. Those last ones are croc balls.
It's Croc Sack.
Croc sacks.
That's the wrong map. What'd you
Yeah,
want?
here it is.
Oh, okay, I see.
All right, here we go. So, yeah, you see how that spot right there, over on the corner of,
Can you
River
pin it?
and what?
Can you pin the map?
Yeah, I guess you just have to scroll up for like 3 seconds.
I don't know which map you're looking at.
There,
Just-
I just reposted it. I'm pretty sure it's that one. But you can pin it too.
There you go. He says,
Thanks.
he's like, you know how that building's over on the corner of Riv and Second, right?
yeah.
So it's adjacent to the 2 other buildings right nearby. Yeah, they own all 3 of them. One of them has a couple of small businesses running out of it. One of them's got, the construction company running out of it. So they got like pretty solid renters that are there right now. Anyways, yeah, the reason why I'm bringing them up is because they're like, hey, listen, if we're looking to sell a property, might as well get rid of all of them. So, they're interested in maybe a buyer that wants to get all the properties. In which case, whatever they want to do with it, maybe it's a builders or what have you. So that's kind of like what they have in mind right now.
I see. So they're dropping off on all property. Okay. Are they all? Have all these properties been used by criminal organizations or had things smuggled in and out of them like this one has?
Hey, listen,
Sounds like a legal hassle to me. Yeah. What's up?
you free?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Good. Why don't we Tito's Tacos?
I'll find it.
They got top-notch tacos. Like, listen, I've never heard of a single person walking out of Tito's without having a smile on their face, right? Really good tacos.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
You want to bring your friend?
I'll see if he's free. Give me a second. I'll call you back.
Yep. And he hangs up.
Okay. I don't know what Cam's doing. Probably working on a video or something. But his phone rings, and it says Simon, and it's a big smiley face. So you're just elated to see it. Any more narrating I can do for you, Wade?
Yeah, what ringtone do I have for you?
You have the boys are back in town.
Okay.
No, it's gonna be the YMCA now. Right?
Oh
It's
yes,
Village People.
YMCA.
Or Macho Man.
Macho,
Oh, Macho
yes,
Man.
because he has a sword.
That's better.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that's
great because he has a sword. Oh, it's top notch. Oh my god.
Macho
I imagine
Man.
like Viv's in the room too, and she hears that start going off.
Macho.
It says Simon with a heart emoji and a smiley
Macho.
face.
So yeah, you just hear
like the
Macho
praying
Man
hands.
start blasting. Cam like picks up his
Your
phone.
phone's connected to the iPads in the house, so I just see it
It's
pop
just
on.
PA for
On
Macho,
whatever.
Macho.
It's Simon. Hello.
Howell?
Ringtone?
Hey, the broker called me. He says he wants to meet at Tito's Tacos. Sounds like there's a deal coming down the pipeline, but not exactly on the up and up legally. You up for it?
That was a lot. Yeah, we're not. This isn't a hit, right? We're not gonna be killed.
No. We were gonna meet him for tacos.
And you're sure that they don't also own that place, and this isn't a hit, right?
Bring your guns. Just leave them in the car.
That'll help if it's a hit.
Bring Viv. Leave her in the car with the guns.
Viv, Simon wants you to sit in the car with the guns while we talk to a realtor.
It's a
They're gonna
broker.
get up and walk away?
Well, it's in case it's a hit on us. I guess you
got
could
it.
avenge our deaths.
I got it. Yeah, I'll be there.
Okay. Yeah, Tito's talk. Is there only one location, or is there multiple? Which one?
I don't know.
Great.
Well,
I'll
see you
just put
there.
it
I'm about to head out.
We'll
Just got my
be
shoes on.
somewhere. Great. I'll put mine on too. Do you want me to text you when my shoes are on?
Nah, just tell me when you're there. I'll let him know. We're on the
Yeah,
way.
that was sarcasm. Yeah, see you soon.
Doo-doo.
His shoes
hang
are
up.
on.
And he calls broker back and says, "Hey, I'll meet you there. We're on the way."
Okay.
And the broker's like, "Okay, sounds great." And they
Well,
go.
at least my will's in order. I'm gonna die to the mob for trying to buy a warehouse. This sucks. I'm sure I can survive a werewolf, but I'm gonna die to the mafia. Okay.
You look up the place to see if there's multiple
You
locations.
speaking
There's
this?
only one.
Can Viv hear you just like talking to yourself?
Yeah. 100%.
Come on, down the
I
mafia.
can't can eat his money. Oh my goodness.
I never have to wonder what he's thinking, so that's kind of nice.
Except for who's in the will.
Who's Will?
She's really good
why
at
is someone
forgery,
inside
so she's already included.
him?
She has
anyways,
legal
you,
residence, so
you
That's
look
true.
up the place, and it's got really good reviews. There's only one location. It says 5 stars, muy delicioso.
all right, I'll look it
stars,
up.
on
Okay, I'll
fleek,
look it up.
So it's really good. Tito's Tacos. So it's very good. Anyways, so you guys are able to head over to this place, and it's kind of like it looks like one of those small hole in the wall places.
It
Like
does, yeah.
they've never really, beefed up
Looks
their
good, actually.
decor, but like the food, like as soon as you get out of the car, you can smell it. Like I smell it. Like smell it. It's like as soon as you get out of the car in the parking lot, all of a sudden you're like, I wasn't hungry, I am now. You know that feeling. So
Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures. I'm already feeling it.
I know the feeling of a good smelling taco.
Hey, Wade, they have chili.
Heyo.
The joke is I hate tacos in real
It's
life.
actually,
I know.
think it's just beans with cheese on it.
Refried beans with cheese on. Oh, sorry. Oh.
It is. That's what it is.
But I'm role playing.
Yes!
I'm role playing. I'm role playing. So, man, this place smells great. God, these tacos gotta be top notch. If we're gonna die, at least
Jesus, can you keep your dick in your pants? My gosh.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Cam, the man who takes everything literally.
Well, when you said that, he looked down. I don't think he's ever had that expression used on him before.
He looks to see if Viv looked. She didn't.
Is the broker there already, or are we beating him?
We'll say he's already inside, sitting at a table. So when you guys go walk in, he so you guys can go sit down.
Cam
He's
will like
already
peer in and see him, then like run back to his car. All right, Viv, stationed over there. If anything strange happens, like if some weird people walk around with like silenced pistols out, we're probably gonna die.
Could've just
Was
texted
Zeke
me.
invited to this?
Apparently not.
What do we need
Yeah,
a
I was gonna
doctor
say, I don't
for?
think anybody called Zeke.
Well, it was just
We
gonna be
might
Cam,
get
and then like
shot.
he was
Don't
worried.
invite Zeke. Don't invite the doctor. We might die.
It was just gonna be Cam, and then Simon said to bring Viv.
I mean, she was there, so
That's true. She was just there.
He could have just been like, "I'll be back later, babe."
and to be honest, she's not
Nope.
in the scene, so it's okay.
True. She's just in the car.
Yeah.
So
So
we
we
get
all
like
sit
a
down.
text from Zeke in a minute, like, I sensed that I wasn't invited to something. Oh no, it's fine.
I'm tracking your
I-
phones. Why are you guys eating without me?
I like tacos.
I like friendship.
We don't hate you.
So-
We're just having a meal. Okay,
You sit
Cam.
down. There's already chips and salsa sitting there on the
Oh,
table.
perfect.
Yeah, and it's like good salsa. You know what I mean? Like it has like it's like got some stuff in it, but it's not too chunky. You know what I mean? Though granted, I like a very chunky
Yep.
salsa, but it's not like just salsa where it just like dribbles either. So,
Anyways,
anyways,
also
it's
don't dribble.
what?
Leave it to our imaginations.
I'm sad and lonely, apparently.
Working.
Well, we already knew
Aren't
that
you
about
working?
Jared.
You got a
That
job,
was his
right?
introduction. His
Yeah,
introduction.
don't
was
you
sad
all
and
have
lonely.
jobs too? Apparently, you're all out.
I'm a content
Apparently
creator. I
it's
don't do
not a-
shit.
My job's not very prominent in my life, apparently. It's more of like a place I go to hang out.
Viv just lives in my house and spends my money. I just work whenever I can. Simon's the one getting fired soon.
True.
Okay, so you you guys go in and sit down. Like I said, it's already sitting there. And once you guys sit down, he goes, "Hey, thanks for meeting me on short notice. Hold on 1 second." Like waves the person over, and as soon as like the person starts coming over, he's like, "Listen, I am starving, so I'm gonna order quick. I don't know what you guys are into, but fajitas are amazing here. I'm getting the burrito, mole sauces. Hey, yeah, I'm gonna get the gran burrito, mole extra mole." And like, "Oh yeah," you guys, very quickly look over the menu and place an order. Eventually
Yeah.
the server
Tacos.
leaves.
I get like 5 tacos because God, Cam loves tacos.
You
Well,
wouldn't
hold
People
on.
will actually like him because he likes tacos. He will never be hated for not liking tacos.
Yeah, you
weren't
get those
just gonna
little
get
wire
4
things.
tacos.
You get like the taco sampler. It has like a little
Sure.
wire thing. It has 5
Oh
different
God,
tacos.
yeah, of
and
course.
You got like a fish taco and the chicken taco.
Doesn't even
and
matter,
the
dude.
vegetarian taco.
You can't go wrong
Yeah.
with a good taco.
I I agree with Lance because I'm also mid. I prefer burritos and I like a good mole. But anyways, so anyways, continuing. So you he says, so on the phone, what was that?
Cam will also look at Simon.
Just asking a question.
It's a pretty specific question.
I mean, look, this is like we said, we talked it over about the one property, and we figured we could make the proper adjustments. But you're asking me to buy into 3 that I've never seen, and that probably likely have similar issues, and it would probably take us a while to find them all. So, just want to make sure everything's on the up and up, and we're on the same page here. Cam, just so you know, he said they were looking to sell, but it was all locations.
Yeah, so like I said, they own all 3 properties. If they're gonna get rid of one, they figured they might as well get rid of 3. but you said there's something a little unique on the phone there, friend. Um, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, you have to remind me. I do a lot of research, so if there's something I said that maybe you weren't privy to, then I can explain, but you just need to remind me what it was.
Yeah. Let's why don't you turn your phone off for me?
Yeah, alright. He does.
He takes out his phone. He turns it off as well. Puts it on the table.
Yeah, he leaves his on the table.
Cam has 2 phones, so he'll pull out one and turn it off.
Okay.
Is that your silver fork?
Made of real silver.
Because you're being shiesty, Cam, you're gonna roll for me a
Feisty?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I pulled out my phone and I turned it off.
Composure plus I want to say resolve, but I'm just seeing if there's something else here. I want to say it's composure plus resolve for you.
That's just a willpower roll, isn't it?
I think Kajitar, what do you think? Because he's trying to like more or less he's
Yeah, Kajitar, you're our DM. What do you think?
bluffing. Well, he also just has more experience with the newer system. So usually I would say subterfuge, but you're not actually lying or anything like that. So composure plus subterfuge, you think so Snaga's saying composure plus subterfuge. Yes, so that's why I was saying subterfuge is what jumps at me for the older system. So
I pulled up my phone and turned it off. I pulled up my phone and turned it off.
Yeah, but you're also hiding something. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and roll for me. Composure plus resolve. Sorry, plus subterfuge. Subterfuge, sorry. Composure plus subterfuge.
Any modifiers?
Good luck.
I think I get a +1 for actually turning my phone off.
You did turn your phone off. You're correct. Don't worry, the DC is not 7.
Oh,
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Not only that, I started recording on my other phone.
Yeah, honestly, I'll give it to you. Like you fucking critical hit. Yeah, I give it to you.
One hand goes in to turn on the recording device, the other hand's like, phone off.
Simultaneously.
So you said beep beep. So you said you want me to repeat what you said? You said criminal activity. What are you getting at? What do you know?
What do you think the tunnel's for?
Yeah, I'm not a fucking idiot. Listen. What are you doing? You trying to get yourself in trouble?
These
You
chips
think
are delicious.
you try to pin me up against the wall? Just because the family doesn't do that shit anymore doesn't mean they're not gonna, protect themselves.
Look, I'm just letting you know the situation. We can always get it repaired. We can always get it replaced and fixed. But we found it on accident, and now you're coming to us with an offer for 2 buildings we haven't seen owned by the same people that, as you just kind of explained already, kind of knew about this, and apparently are a threatening group. So, obviously, we don't want to cut a deal with something like this that could turn into an altercation. But just trying to see what kind of deal you can give us here. We're very interested in the building. It seems like the perfect property for us.
Yeah. So if you want to do all 5 buildings, all 3 buildings.
It's like
if
3
you
to
wanna do all
5.
3
How did it go to 5?
Sorry. If you want to do all 3 buildings, they're looking to cut ties, walk away. They belong to you, and they're going low on price to keep things quick and smooth. Okay? I run the deal on both sides. Make sure everything's on the up and up, and they're going for an easy price of 8 mil.
Easy.
That's 3 buildings. 2 of them already have tenants inside them. Practically runs
So
itself.
easy.
Okay, who are the tenants?
Yeah, I actually have the details for you. And he pulls it up, and I'm not going to start naming
sure.
the businesses that are actually there in real life. So I starts naming the tenants.
Makes them
one
up.
of them is actually like a decent sized construction company that you can like a quick Google search of the construction company is not a small place. So most likely they're going to easily pay their stuff way in advance. It's not like they pay month to month, right? It's a business. You pay 1 or 2 or 3 years at a time, right? So you're not worried about them going under or disappearing, whatever it is. The other building is segmented into several different businesses. So it has several different units, if you will, and not all of them are rented, but most of them are. And he even pulls out some basic financials to show you that both of those locations are profitable. The only one that's siphoning value is the biggest of the 3 buildings, and that's been empty for about 2 years. The business that was there prior, you could bust it out. It went under during COVID. It's one of the businesses that like applied for money, but because Marjorie Taylor Greene took everybody's money, unfortunately the business went under. So they didn't survive COVID, and it's been vacant since.
Sure. Okay, so talking it over with Cam, just like in the meta here, what they're offering is businesses that pay a rent, obviously, to make up the 8 mil that we're going to be spending.
Yeah.
To own all buildings. I don't know what the book says about your income, if there's a number attached.
I don't think the book says exactly a number, but
Okay.
this would definitely be a mortgage situation.
So you'd basically be paying off the mortgage.
It's time to launch Haunt or not, and maybe invest some more experience into resources so I can afford this place.
We need to talk to your financial advisor and go to a bank and stuff like that as well.
Oh, here we go. Resources. I think you're at 3rd level, right? Great condo or nice house, luxury items and cars, high-end equipment for several people, and then wealthy would be a mansion, helicopter, private jet, very specialized high-end equipment. Yeah, I think this is like definitely gonna be tying up like all of your resources to own at the moment. Is my interpretation anyway. But if it's something Cam would go for, I guess, would Cam be interested in doing landlording to make an income as a side?
The question would also be, are we interested
Viv
in
is
having
like,
people,
I'll do it for you. Sorry.
are we interested in having people on a property where we might be doing illicit activities of our own?
Well, the 2 buildings are already owned. We'd be in a separate building. That's the one we went to. So the other 2 buildings are already not owned, but already operated out of. So we wouldn't have anything to do with those buildings. We would just collect the check monthly for the rent. And when I say we, I mean Cam. And anyone else who invests if Cam needed more. And which
As
would
the
be me,
numbers-
because no one else
He means
can.
Viv. She'd walk
As
up.
a
You have my money.
numbers guide, I mean, I do pretty well for myself. 8 mil's a little steep on top of everything else I have. So it would definitely be a mortgage situation with someone or several people
Hold up.
paying.
You're the one that's buying this? This isn't like a business. This is you?
Well, it's not
It's an LLC.
individual. It's a business. I just am the money behind a good portion of it.
The hell do you do?
In your line of work with the people that are your clients, is that really a question you want to be asking?
I mean, it's... All right.
Can you get us more salsa? Have you see the waiter?
You just like... ask them, he's like, when they come by with the food, you can ask them.
Yeah,
I
it's
was
just
gonna
my
say, are you
back's to them.
asking him to ask them?
Yeah.
If,
Tell you what,
if you,
we'll-
if you
we're
see
gonna
them
step
coming
outside
up,
and talk this over. We'll be right back. I guess you don't need to be
I guess
privy to
I'll
all
ask
this.
my way back in then. Thanks.
Probably better for us to be talking. Like after they step away, probably
Yeah.
better for us to be having this away from him anyway.
So you
Am I
guys
gonna
step
get-
outside.
A
Some
decent
good
amount of this
salsa.
back from the renters? Like, what are they paying?
Well, from the papers he showed me, you'll make your money back in 10 years.
So the subdivided building, those businesses pay monthly rent. The individual building, the one that has a construction company in it, they pay upfront, year at a time. So just like boom, 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 huge payment at once for how they'll do it. And then the empty building, obviously, you guys would be in because you could imagine none of you guys are. We'll have to worry about those numbers afterwards. It doesn't really matter. So go ahead.
All right. I think we can pull this off. I'll have to move some money around into the not my name account. It'll have to be mortgaged. But if I launch the new channel, open up my agent to some more sponsorship offers, And I guess I could start like a podcast or something. That'd be easy enough. Not much work goes into that, so we could do that. That'd be 2 more sources of income.
Look, you got Viv living in your house right now, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
You think she'd be good on a podcast?
she'll bring in a crowd.
Yeah, but it would be like video. I guess we could do video podcast because I mean, well,
Okay.
I mean,
So that's
she's pretty convincing herself, so I'll have to see if
Wow,
she's into that.
okay.
But
So is this
yeah,
a yes?
we could
Okay.
make it work. Is this place worth this?
You also have to talk to your financial people before you make the final decision. But yeah,
You clearly have to talk to your people before you make this decision. But yes, it's worth it. I don't know where those words came to me from. It was strange.
Yeah, well, I plan on making some phone calls and stuff. I'm not just gonna like write a check right now, but so we go in there, we tell him we think we can make it work, but we have to talk to the rest of our company, whatever the hell we say. Yeah, that sounds good. This is a little bit intimidating. This is a big investment.
Yep.
I really hope we kidnap some really cool dudes and take them down to that basement. Like monsters, like bad people.
Right.
That sounded bad out loud, I guess.
Yeah, you shouldn't say those things in public.
For the show, haunt or not, of course. It's all staged.
You shouldn't say those things in public either.
I'm a little bit nervous. Okay, this is the whole thing. I think you would you spend 8 million? You want to spend
Okay.
8 million?
Cam, let's go in there. Let's collect the papers he's provided for us and tell him we'll think it over, talk to our people, and then you can talk to your financial people, and I can.
You want to
let
chip
you
in?
know.
Maybe I'll get Zeke. Zeke's got at least $50 he could chip in.
I mean, we're talking fractions of percent here.
Every little bit helps.
Well, I guess I could talk to the wife about some investment properties. But it sounds like a scam. Like on paper, it'll sound like a scam. Obviously, we know it's not, but it'll be hard to convince her. I'm not a very convincing person.
I would say you could have Viv talk to her, but that might raise more questions than answers.
Yeah, I'll probably sleep on the couch for a week if I do that. Well, it's not like the couch isn't too bad. Listen, I think we're good here. I think you know.
Yeah, I'm going to call some people and I guess really push on getting Haunt or Not started up. And I'll get back to that fucker who wanted to start the podcast.
Oh,
Sponsorship money should be good for that.
Okay, well, all right.
I meant that as like a nice term of endearment.
Oh. Okay. Well. Oh, look at that. It's my lunch is
Dinner time,
up. So,
lunchtime. What time of day is
Yeah.
it? Yeah, let's go eat.
I'm gonna go get my food to go, and I'm gonna head out. I think so.
You're gonna leave me there to finish this conversation?
I can give you 10 more minutes.
I should have time to down some tacos.
Okay, fine. And he comes in with you.
food's already at the table because one thing I love about Mexican restaurants is the food's fucking fast. Every time.
Oh, this looks fantastic.
So good. You sit down, you order, and like
Oh,
before
man.
your drink is made, the food's at the table. It's awesome. And it's made fresh. You're like, fuck yeah.
So,
love it.
Mr. Broker, sir, if we just take these papers and have some time to mull things over, we can get back to you on that. But you mind if I have my phone back now?
Yeah, listen. So we gonna do this. So after you, obviously you need to get your shit in order, but we're gonna do this.
We're very interested.
We have to mull it over with the rest of our company, but this should be feasible. Just give us a couple days to talk it over with everybody and we'll get back to you. Maybe one day.
Big paycheck for you. If it goes
Right.
through.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I'll be looking for you to hear. Oh, hey, listen. I'll have some paperwork for you to fill out too after you get things squared away on your side, so we know that the loan's gonna be good and whatnot. I can act as a double fiduciary. So I'll be handling the transaction legally bounds to both sides of the deal. So at that point, assuming I can get the owners to sign for that, which shouldn't be an issue, I'll act as a double fiduciary. And at that point, pretty much everything is open and available to you, same as it is to them, because it has to be a more transparent transaction. You get that? We good? Cool.
Sounds good.
Now my mole is getting cold, so and he digs in.
They eat within 10 minutes. Say their
Okay, good.
goodbyes and leave.
Yeah, you guys like woof it. It's like, woof, you guys can put it down. No, let me get this.
We'll pay you back in the form of a commission.
I'm sure that'll work its way out.
Cam's thinking to himself, tacos are like $1 each. This is not a very expensive meal. We should have pushed for a steakhouse.
Bro, $1 each? Where the
I spent $400 on a drug dealer's steak. This fucking dude is making an $8 million commission or whatever, and we got tacos. So, yeah,
He's a
I'm a little bit
fiduciary.
offended.
All right, cool. So you go. Was there anything more, any more research or anything like that on your side you guys have to do?
When they're walking out, just the two of them, Cam will pull out his other phone. By the way, Simon, I got most of our conversation on this phone. It only took one.
Fantastic. Yeah, keep that. Don't let anyone else see it. And maybe if things go really bad, we'll need it in court. It'll probably keep you from life.
Great.
Probably is what he said.
I'm gonna put this on a couple different thumbnails then, just to be safe. All right, let me see what I can do with my money and get this fucking podcast started. Markiplier can do what anybody can.
Sorry, who?
Nothing.
By the way, have you seen Willie's cast? It's pretty good. You should copy
He has
that.
one too. God damn it.
You should have him on. Be like old time's sake. Well, see you around.
Times. He'll get into the car. Viv, did you want anything like to go?
She's sleeping.
She already has like a tinfoil wrapped box in her lap from some other schmuck she schmoozed.
At least I left the window down. It's not like
She took some
she's breathing.
Ambien.
She's breathing. She's definitely breathing.
She's on an Ambien nap right now. You could have a conversation with her, and she'll have no idea that she's answering you. All right.
And I leave.
We'll let Pat play as her for her Ambien nap.
He'll take out his
Cam, you're
phone.
my favorite. Take me back to your apartment where you hate bringing Zeke to. You should let him over. Zeke's a really
It's a
nice guy, actually.
Really nice house. Actually.
Yeah, Zeke's not that creepy. He's actually like your best friend and shit.
Cam is going to actually text Zeke.
Viv.
And he's going to say, "Hey
Yeah,
Zeke,
I'm kind of sick, a little bit sick, but I don't think it's the Rona. You should be fine."
She turns around, just Zeke with a wig.
It's weekend
oh,
at
hey,
Bernie's.
Cam, it's me.
He's gonna text Zeke and be like, "Hey Zeke, might need that $50 anyhow."
I spent the $50 on Crocs. I mean, I spent the $50 on Crocs, Cam. They're gone now.
Rocks, like the shoes? Question mark.
Yeah. Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation
I
mark!
am never invited this man to my house.
Do you guys do any more research about the situation?
Yeah, I'd like to look into the other two properties, just to see.
Me
if
too.
They were also people died in them, and
I can't
Now
roll
that
as
I
bad as
know-
last time.
now that I know they're owned by a criminal organization, maybe any more info I could find that might tie them back to the original group. Something I can put together for a report. Worst case scenario.
Do you want to submit it for official research?
After we buy the properties.
Oh, playing with fire. So, anyways,
Yeah.
you did the whole place gets fucking taken for a police investigation? It doesn't belong to you anymore. It's confiscated. Like,
We're gonna
"Ah!"
get our own property seized.
pretty
Oh my
nice.
god, that'd be awful. Anyways, so you
Oh, hey,
yeah,
Vivian, it's me. I was playing as you just a moment ago.
What? You were playing as me?
Yeah, he's playing as you. He said
Oh,
some very
perfect.
nice things about Zeke.
on Ambien.
Oh, oh, okay.
Isn't that creepy?
Yeah, apparently while I was gone, you talked somebody else into getting you tacos. You had a to-go meal on your lap and you were passed out.
But it was a taco truck. It was like
You were
what
sleep
was
talk,
it?
and I sleep talked for you.
It was
Oh
just
yes,
somebody
whenever
who,
Tito's
someone who was
Tacos
coming
competitor.
out, like who just worked their shift there at this restaurant, and I like caught him on the way out or whatever, and I was like, "Oh my god, could you do me a huge favor? I know this is like really like I know you're trying to go home or whatever, but I'm like waiting for my friends, and I just really want some tacos. Like, I'll pay you." And they
And I
were
was like, no, I got you. I got you.
This is so
Oh,
weird.
He comes
okay.
Why
back
aren't
and he's
you-
like, so hey, can I get your number? And you're like, oh, actually, I legit just like lost my phone. I'm getting it.
Sorry, yeah.
So weird.
It's
Why
Can I
aren't
have your
you-
phone too?
Why aren't you using your patented Vivian voice? I was using it.
The patented Vivian voice.
Because it's patented.
it's me. Yeah, it's
The
patented.
patented. Yeah, got it.
Oh,
I don't like to
God.
explain my jokes. That was a pretty good one, to be fair.
It was. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but it's listen.
me. It's the Vivian. Hey, guys.
That's exactly what she sounds like. It's perfect.
That's what I was saying all along.
She's a 10.
I'm a llama again. Yay.
Oh man. All right, cool. So, yeah, you guys, you're gonna do your research. So, Bessie, you don't even have to roll. Your modifier is good enough that with the paperwork that was given to you, you can verify that the details that are on there are on the up and up, without you having to worry about anything else. So, if you're just verifying the paperwork that's given to you, it is all legitimate. Nothing sketchy, shady whatsoever about the profits and costs and whatnot of this building, et cetera, et cetera. But the ownership of this building, again, the ownership of this building would have been the same owner for, you don't have who owned this building for how, right? But you have is 15 years of information for these people. Wade,
Okay, so
you're
same
gonna
group.
get a.
Okay.
You're going to go ahead and roll your situation, but because now you have more pertinent information, I'm going to give you a +1 on your roll.
Okay, am I doing investigation or academics this time? Because this is more. This is less academic. This is more deep into the people, right? So is this more investigation?
Yeah, it is. And you get the +1.
Intelligence or wit?
Intelligence, of course. Yep.
+2.
+1, I said.
Oh, I said you're gonna. I think you were gonna be a +2 this time. Okay.
I said he's giving you a +1.
I misheard.
Would you like to re-roll that one, Wade? You keep rolling like trash. At
Might
least
as
you have a 0
well.
there. Hey!
Oh yeah, that's 2 10s too. So that's 6.
Yeah, that's legit. Do you want to
Nice.
luck it just in case? No. So
I think
this
6
is what
is
you're
good.
able to find out. The those names that are there. Yeah, the reason why there's only 15 years record of those names, when you kind of like go over that, whatever with fuck that. The reason why there's only 15-year record of those names is because those are aliases or new legal names. For it is Vivian, no, sorry, not Vivian, sorry, Vanessa and Oakley Dillard were the names that they had before they legally changed their names, and they were in fact members of a crime syndicate that was inside the area beforehand. The reason why they changed their names and this, that, and the other thing, is because when the mafia and the whole thing went under, they were able to sidestep the whole scenario. And we're not, we're never incarcerated. They had to go to court. They were, they were arrested. They had court. They had all that fun stuff, but they were never incarcerated. They were never found guilty for anything that they found guilty for was for time served. You know what I mean? For like the year or whatever they said during the proceedings. So they were able to get out free. They eventually changed their names. And in doing so, this was about 15 years ago, changed the names to the current aliases that they have now. And that's what it's being held under. These properties obviously would have belonged to them beforehand, but they were absolutely part of a crime syndicate that was inside here for a long while. That crime syndicate stretching back a long ways. As a matter of fact, they're a part of the rum running group that happened along here back during the Prohibition. So these buildings are even older than the paperwork originally suggested they were, right? Or at least the foundation of whatever building was there is older, if not specifically those buildings. The two to the side, those ones are newer, definitely. But the one that you're getting, this warehouse one, it's either older or the original foundation is older, or this is a newer building that was put on top of it over the years. So they obviously weren't alive or doing this shit during Prohibition. That was like, they're retired. Yeah, they would have been young. They would have been much younger. That would have been like whoever was running it beforehand. So the whole business went under, and they're clearly keeping it quiet. But as soon as you like brought up whatever was going there, they're like, oh, fuck, just sell the whole property. Let's just get rid of it entirely. We don't want to be, we just need to disassociate ourselves. We're in our golden years. Don't want to deal with this shit. Like, so you can imagine if you try to fuck them over, these are unscrupulous people. But if you play ball, scruples will be intact.
I will call Simon with the names. We don't have to RP it out, but he will just like tell you the names of the actual people he managed to dig up if you wanted to do any further research on them, but he would let you know what he just found out.
Okay. Okay, in metagaming for a second. It sounds like they'd rather not and we'd rather not, so maybe we try to negotiate a little bit, but we just kind of go at this like it's a regular deal and not try to strong arm them anymore. I'd rather not. We don't
Based
even know
off
the
a
building
crime
yet.
family? Yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna be killing people, so.
And when you run numbers for like, the property value, you are in fact getting a deal for this. Nothing like, oh my god, this is absolutely crazy, but like this place could easily go selling the 3 properties all at once. Could easily go for 10 mil. You know what I mean? Easily that, or potentially more, because like the way the housing, the way the property climate, whatever is at the moment, especially with it being right by the water. The only thing that's kind of like devaluing it is that if that little block that it's on has a 4th building, that if a developer wanted it, they would want to have that 4th building as well to own that entire chunk of land between all the streets. But so that's like the only thing spoiling them being able to charge absolutely astronomical prices, right? Because developers are going to want to have carte blanche, decision making with whatever they get their hands on. So either way, yeah, you can go into it. You can still allow some amount of negotiations to happen. We'll get to that a little bit, but just to bring over another fun RP, once you guys kind of come with these decisions, Wade, you still have to get like this approved. So you have to go to the bank, you have to talk to your financial person, so on and so forth. So let's actually have a fun conversation with your financial person. So who's your financial person, Wade? Give me a name and a gender, or have chat do it.
Mary.
Okay.
They have a little lamb.
I totally was right there, Pat, but I was like, I'm not gonna do it. Okay, Mary.
Eventually.
So Mary's a lady.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Older woman.
Probably 40s.
40s. Okay, cool. So you go to visit Mary.
Actually, I'm gonna rename it. She's gonna be Shelly Marie.
Okay. Shelly Marie is definitely Mimi from Drew Carey show in her heyday. Absolutely. She's in her mid 40s. She is done up. Like, I will.
She's just a normal financial person, Scott. She's not.
Yeah.
from Drew Carey
No.
show. I am not letting you Cleveland my characters here.
No.
I'm a Cincinnati boy, and you are not going to Cleveland my characters.
I think he's trying to Cleveland your character.
She's
You gonna visit her?
she's in her 40s. She's a brunette, wears glasses.
Oh, she wears glasses. All right. So you go in to visit her, and she sits down. She goes, "Hey Cam, how's everything been?"
Pretty good. I need to talk to my agency about signing on some long-term sponsors, and I need to move some money around. I'm gonna make a purchase for some property I potentially might be using as like a studio or something, but it's very expensive, like 8 million expensive.
Okay. Cam, we need to have a talk.
Yep, that's why I'm here.
Before we even talk about whatever this ridiculous plan you have is, my job is to make sure that things are running well for you. You have been making some fairly large transactions lately. You've moved around a considerable amount in the recent past to make these fairly large transactions. This is out of the ordinary for spending for you. It's your money, and of course, you are welcome to do with it as you please. But as your advisor, I'm just a little curious as to what's going on.
Well, looking at launching a podcast, I'm going to need a studio to possibly do podcasting from if we decide to do in person. Launching a second channel called Haunt or Not, where we do like horror investigations and that kind of thing. I might need a team for that. And if we need any kind of like B film of anything else, whatever, it'd just be nice to have like some green screen areas. We found the perfect place, kind of close to the water. I think we can do everything we need to do there. It's just an expensive investment. There's a couple of other properties. It kind of became like a group deal where I guess I'm going to be a landlord over a couple of other businesses. So there'll be some income coming in from that, which won't be necessarily my business related, but it's complicated. But it seems like overall in the long run, it's going to pay for itself from that. And worst case, we're also getting it for a couple million less than what it's actually worth. So if we end up reselling it, we should get a good return on the investment. So it's going to put me a little bit in the hole right now, but with launching these couple new programs, maybe getting a title sponsor for the main show and a title sponsor for Haunt or Not, as well as normal sponsor income for the podcast if we launch that, I think that we'll be able to recoup it within a couple of months. I just need to be able to make the down payment and get a mortgage for it now.
Everything you're saying makes sense. I like it. I'm going to look through it. I'm going to make sure everything's on the up and up. If it all is in order, great. That's not what I was asking about. There's been a fairly large uptick in spending lately. Obviously, I'm not looking at what you spend your money on, but there's been a considerable amount, including the purchase of a new sports car. So the fact that you got arrested. Oh, okay. Thank goodness. I was like, you were way too young to be having a midlife crisis.
No. The arrest was because I was trying to get footage for the Haunt or Not, and then it ended up being a big police sting. I tried to get footage for the other channel, and I stepped on the lawn of the house being raided or whatever it was. And
while you're talking, she gets up and comes over and goes to give you a hug.
I did not mean to scare you, Shelly. Did not mean to scare you. Yeah, just new girlfriend. Didn't like the old car, so traded it in.
I just thought the pressure was getting to you, and okay.
No. If anything, things are clear now more than ever. It's just a lot of moving pieces with the new show, new girl. Got a couple new buddies I've been hanging out with that, going out and having a couple casual drinks with. No hard drugs or anything crazy like that. Nothing insane. Just, trying to keep things moving. And the news channel is fun, but it gets a bit repetitive after a while. So I figured flaring it up with some other stuff would be good, but I'm trying to do it right and have the right kind of settings ahead of time. So it's a big investment up front that'll hopefully majorly increase revenue here with the next couple months even.
So without having to allow this conversation to push on too much into finances or whatever, you can imagine she kind of like goes through, it's a whole fucking day of going through a whole bunch of stuff and going back and forth with you, more or less explaining how you're going to have to leverage this from your business and so on and so forth. And more or less it's like, oh, you're putting yourself into a precarious position for the next 10 years if you can't pay things off before that. So you're literally emptying a huge amount of your finances. You're bringing yourself down from literally millions in the bank to, you got a few $100,000, but like if things went sideways, you're fucking screwed. So you have to make sure that your investments are kind of like in order for the future, blah, 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 blah. So, again, don't want to turn this campaign into a financial conversation. So you kind of like have those whole conversations, and eventually she says, it looks like I could probably get everything approved for you by mid next week to have a proposal to put forward to them. And then the underwriters take over from there. It takes a couple of weeks, but we can probably, it looks healthy. Everything's looking healthy to get this started. So let me just, contact a couple of different banks and see, who's going to give you the best rates and blah, 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 blah. Right.
Beautiful.
Cool. And then she, again, the conversation kind of moves away from there. So that's cool. We have that hammered out. That's done. You're going to be able to kind of contact that person. Messy, was there any amounts of like negotiating, whatever that you wanted to do there? Or is it like kind of that's now in the back? Let the lawyers handle it and so on.
Yeah, I don't want to pull any major strings or make anyone more upset. We've already got, like you said, a good deal, and we actually got them to agree to sell, which is great. And if Cam's getting the resources together, all is well. I just wanted to make it realistic, not impossible. So I think I've got that, and if I go too much further, we might have to have Viv drive around with us with a AR-15 loaded at all times. So I think this is good, so we'll keep it there. Let the lawyers figure it out.
Yep, of course. You bring everything forward, let them kind of take care of it. You inform your lawyer that you're going to be buying a property. Your lawyer's like, fuck, you were keeping the firm busy. Okay, well. And he like hands it off to one of the other, members of the business that takes care of it, because like you pay a firm to do it, and they kind of like take over from there. Cool, awesome. I don't want to waste any more campaign time on this, but more or less the way it's going to play out is it's going to take a few weeks for this to take place. You don't just like walk in, throw cash at somebody, and the transaction's over when there's banks involved. Underwriters have to get involved. They have to send an evaluation of your actual business, see how much you're actually worth, and so on. And it's a whole fucking boring bullshit. So, because you have to leverage your value as a businessman, right? Moving on. The other loose ends that you guys had at the moment, you also had, what's her name, Carlene. You wanted to hit up Rena for swinging by Uncle Brandon's. You had, I think you had the other person that you wanted to go visit. And then Wade, Messy, was there something else that was supposed to be? Something else in the back of my head that I'm like, what was that? There was something else too.
Not that I remember off the top of my head. We're going to want to talk to, get all four of us together again. We're going to want to tell Zeke what's going on too.
Yeah.
So we will all need to gather
Thank you
up.
for remembering about
the
me.
camera footage.
Yeah, but we want all four of us together for that too, to go over that.
Yeah. So, because we're at Thursday, that camera footage, they're going to send it over to you that Saturday night. So we'll say Saturday morning, afternoon is when you visit with the financial advisor to kind of go over the details. And Saturday night, you guys will get that footage. So why don't we say that after you speak with the advisor, you kind of want to fill them up on all the crazy fucking shit going on. Or actually, better yet, meet them on Sunday. Everybody gets together on Sunday, whatever. You wake up Sunday morning to realize that last night you got more or less like access codes to for files, same as you have before him when dealing with the police, blah, 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 right? So you like wake up Sunday morning, you're like, fuck yeah. And you can invite everybody over for brunch. Vivian seems like the kind of person that would want to host brunch.
We're doing a brunch. Oh.
No, Arena?
I mean,
She's not a brunch girl?
I would host brunch. Vivian would want to go to brunch.
Oh yeah,
Same.
Vivian's cool. That's right. My apologies.
Damn.
What? But she's a 10.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on.
Moving on.
All right, so you all ready to gather up?
Yeah, so I find some fancy brunch place. I'm like, oh, this is where we should go.
What's this one going to be called?
I don't know. Let me find a fancy brunch place.
Let's give Rena about 30 seconds to find a good spot.
It's right on the water. It's going to be called like the Slutty Skipper or something. Hey, went to Biscuit, bitch.
Wow.
Slutty Skipper. Jesus Christ.
I know, dude.
It
I
sounds like a
pictured
gay
the guy
bar.
from Gilligan,
Like,
so I
at
don't
least
know.
give me-
No, Slutty Skipper sounds like a gay bar. It sounds awesome.
At least give me a
That'd be a fun
second to
time.
at least trademark the name. Okay.
Whoa, don't just say it.
I've been there.
Ah,
Does it
nice.
exist? Is it real?
Uh,
I feel like I'm doing the goddamn podcast. Wait, there's already a movie called The Slutty Skipper. God damn it.
that's awesome.
Everything I reference has already been done. Every joke I make is unoriginal.
I mean, we
I
already knew
didn't say that. I said it was very original. I just thought it would be funnier if I tried
Oh,
to
this looks
trademark it off
fancy.
of
Okay,
you.
there's
should.
a
And then,
place called Finch and Pine.
you know that like tiny square footage of land in Scotland you own now?
Or
Yes.
We could just build it there.
tiny ass.
It's like a 3-inch by 3-inch square with a little flag. It's like, welcome to the Slutty Skipper. And there's just like a guy in a thong, like covering his mouth on the
Got a phone
flag.
number for you to actually
Awkwardly
order.
Smoking a
just, like,
cigarette.
tippy toes trying to fit in your square footage of your land.
The
We're here to do
skinniest
this.
cardboard cutout you'll ever see.
Awesome.
All right. Well, I guess we're all at the pinches and finches. What was it called?
Finch
No,
and
the
pine.
finch and pine.
Finch
Yeah,
and pine. Whatever.
it's a
Pine.
bird in a tree. It's a bird in a tree.
Okay. Finch and, I knew it was PIN. I couldn't think of pines. I went with pinches. Like birds are like pinching you or something. I don't know.
Chris
Fucking
Pines.
whatever.
Okay.
It's all Chris Pine. Yeah. Chris Pine looking at birds is the only decor of the entire place.
The whole menu is just different birds that he would have looked at.
You open the menu and it's like just him like holding a finch. Like
Hold in the menu
it's him holding a menu.
With a finch on it.
with a finch on it.
Yeah, yeah.
A micro kilt. Now I gotta Google dudes in micro kilts. Look, I'm sitting there. I'm
Enjoy
like,
that.
like,
I don't know. If you,
do I
if
want to
you
do this?
No.
Didn't you? Never mind. I'm not gonna bring up what you searched last stream. Let's move on. Yeah. All right. We're going to the. Fuck. What was it called?
Finch and
I
pine.
can't get pinch out of my brain. Just the pinchy.
Ah,
The pinchy finch.
We're going to the pinchy.
I'm gonna do an AI art rendition of a dude in micro kilt.
Good. You enjoy that.
Good luck.
All right. We're at brunch. And in fact, is this a place where we can like eat outside, like a little more
Yeah,
isolated?
there's an
Oh, you
outdoor.
can eat out
Perfect.
there.
We're gonna
Outdoor
eat
seating.
outside away from everybody.
Yeah. As long as it's not Sunday, it's not crowded.
It is Sunday. We're meeting on a
Well,
Sunday.
it's crowded.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is a Sunday actually. I think.
That's okay. It'll be loud. We can kind of talk
True.
under. No one's gonna be listening to us. All right. Well, good news. One, well, we have some footage to review whenever we're done with lunch
Chris
brunch.
Pine.
Uh,
Wait, was I invited to this?
yeah, we're
Yeah,
all
it's all
four
of
here.
us.
Yay! Okay.
Other good news. We are probably going to be the proud owners of a warehouse and a couple other properties here soon. And by we, I mean me. I'm putting everything I have and more into this property.
Is there
So,
any way that I can help Cam? You know, like the 50.
You know what? Sure, you can help with brunch today. That'd be great.
You got it, Cam.
But things are moving along. I'm gonna have to dedicate a little bit more time to work if I'm gonna get this Haunt or Not launched, and then I guess a podcast too. And I gotta get some title sponsors, but I've got my agency working on that, so that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, so a lot more income hopefully coming soon, but as far as liquid assets, we're kind of draining them for this purchase, so hopefully it's worth it.
Well, we can, I guess we could work on getting some equipment to fill the space with then.
Yeah, I think that would be a great thing for the three of you to work on doing. Maybe in a couple of weeks, months, a year, I'll have the ability to fill some more stuff, but I'm going to be a little bit tied up. I mean, I guess I'll have some, like, I'm being a little bit dramatic here, but this is probably the biggest investment I'll ever make. I was not planning on owning an $8 million warehouse.
Well, I'm proud of you, Cam.
How
I'm
can
a
I
real
help?
boy now. Well, we got to figure out what the hell we're going to do with it now that we have it. Well, I guess once we do have it, obviously we still have to officially sign it, and I got to actually pay for it and all that, but
What kind of equipment are you thinking of, Simon?
Well, we'll need some way to store people. He says, like, gesturing to Cam when he says that.
to be clear, I've
the
never done
basement.
that. I
And
did
we'll
suggest
need,
that.
we'll need some places to store our weapons and other paperwork or things that we find. Look, I have like
What
three
if
staplers at my desk.
One
I
of
don't
us
know.
gets hurt, or we bring someone back that's hurt. We should get Zeke set up with like a slab 2.0, right?
Maybe a place that isn't molding, so you could do better in your medicine.
You've never been to the slab. Almost like questioning like the
But
validity
is
of
there
that statement.
mold?
No.
It's less about that and more just about convenience of location rather than having to go from one place to another. The slab can stay operating as it is, then we'll just have a secondary location for personal ouchie patch ups.
Are you okay with keeping some of your tools and things there, Zeke?
You can see that he's not comfortable with that, but yeah. Uh Almost like I don't want to leave my work. I guess if it's what you all want, I can do that.
Just smart to be equipped everywhere we go. Speaking of which, I know we're working on the part of things, but well, my favorite shirt got ruined, and I realized that it wasn't much of a defense. Um, Simon, you probably have like some samurai armor or SWAT vest or something, right? We just need to get some like proper gear, right? So that way
Uh,
we don't get picked up and have our clothes
I
ripped off and our giblets ripped out.
I took home economics in high school. I learned how to stitch.
You can stitch a SWAT vest?
I can drop things between linings of clothes and support it.
That sounds a step up from what I was thinking you were gonna make me a pillow, but that sounds a little bit better than that. Yeah.
I could
Okay.
maybe make you a vest that could stop a knife, but it's gonna be heavy. I'm not
Or a
great at it.
claw or tooth or a wand.
Well, I mean, you know they make bicycle helmets, right?
I
Look,
have heard of
there's
those.
I'm sure there's people that we can talk to through uh, you know, the network
Yes.
that'll be able to help with some of these things. We could also ask Lance, and maybe
Maybe
he's
I'll
willing to give more
learn
advice.
a thing or two on the road too, and I might be more helpful.
Yeah, do some more in-depth investigating of this place too eventually. There might be some more secrets this place is holding. We already found one. Um, but being as the history of this place isn't exactly above the board, there's a good chance this whole property might have some different secrets we find. But uh, time being, since we have it, the parking lot's pretty big and hold up to 20 cars or a Harrier jet. Um, we can get us a big semi for transporting. We probably don't need a semi transporting
Dang.
anything. Do we? Or is there anything large? Is there like sandworms we would need like a semi to transport? There's no sand. I guess there's little beaches, but something like a desert.
I was gonna say we're in Seattle technically.
Maybe we have to go down to Vegas for a weekend and catch a sandworm. You know, think we need a semi for that? Are sandworms real?
Take on one issue at a time, and preferably within the same state. At the very least,
Could
obviously,
be
there's
mountain worms. Okay, so we don't
anyway.
probably need a
Anyway,
semi.
there's a more immediate problem that we should probably figure out. I don't know if you remember, I mentioned before, I have a friend who might be able to help us with the whole posting of photos and stalker situation.
Yeah, I need to keep up with that. I've kind of forgotten to check in on that for a couple days.
Well, I reached out to her, and she's willing to meet. So
Okay. Um,
and it's just, I mean, she just works at a antique emporium.
well, that sounds somewhat normal. Not in like
So
the jungle or.
it wouldn't take long. I just think that we should get that done. That way, well, the longer we go without doing anything about the whole situation, the worse it's gonna get. So
Yeah, see if you
probably
can
take
set a
care of that
meeting like
next.
early in the week. We'll review the footage I've got tonight. Uh, then maybe like tomorrow evening we can meet up if she's free.
I'll text her back. But I am serious about checking more out on the network. I think maybe if one of us or all of us should do some digging, see what we can't find out about. I don't know. Maybe somebody else has been posting about the mages.
Yeah, we definitely need to keep an eye on that. There's a lot of things happening. Man, life is really just shifting pretty dramatically.
Also, we still need a cellmate.
Simon,
Still need a what? Sorry.
cell name. Before you disagree, I just want you to think about how many zeros are in the purchase I'm about to make for this warehouse for ourselves.
You know, I was pretty adamant that a cell isn't a cell until someone dies. But, Cam, in your defense, $8 million is basically the worth of a person's life, so
Just one?
maybe two. But that's not the point. The point is, I'm open
Which
to
is a
the
person.
idea of forming a cell. He says, like, gesturing towards everyone. As far as names go, I'm not very creative, but maybe something with something that, you know, isn't too why don't we name ourselves like what's Lance's again? Is it Pulse?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's do
We could
something
be-
cooler than that.
We could be like Top Gun. I just saw Maverick, fantastic movie. You could be Goose.
We also we also want to make sure that whatever we choose isn't easily searchable if people were to look on the internet for us, especially opposing hunter groups. So something like Pulse goes under the radar easily. We should also consider that.
Oh, the crazy boys and girl. No, the for someone who's actually pretty creative, I don't know why I'm struggling so much with cells.
Yeah, why don't we workshop that a little bit? Maybe we all just throw in a few ideas in the group chat and we can come up with something.
I agree.
The distracted, the distractible. That's a dumb name.
I like it, Cam.
I knew you would. What about Fuck Willie Wilds? FWW? Two on the nose?
Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. Listen,
Rolls off mine.
I think maybe we think about it and we talk about it through text, perhaps. That being said, now that we kind of have a base of operations, I guess we could look into the mages. Let's start there. I think that should be the next good first step for us.
Yeah, well,
Here we
base of operations, it's gonna be a couple weeks, but yes, in like 2-3 weeks time, yes.
All right, well, I'll see what I can find
I've,
in the meantime.
I've been trying to work a little bit more and take on odd jobs around my side of town to try to scrounge up some money to help with all of this too. I know I don't really have a lot compared to all of you, but I'm trying my best. And he gives off like a wholehearted grin, kind of like I'm trying.
Wait, are you two holding out? Can you two help afford this place? Am I the only one chipping in?
Is he talking to me or
She's
Whenever
on her
you-
phone, like
when you say you're not
distracted,
as well
like-
off as like all three of us, Cam's like,
He's just assuming.
wait, the fuck? He's like, wait, Viv's been living with me for how long and she's well off? What the fuck?
What?
I only assumed you all wear such nice clothes and are well dressed. And he kind of like looks down at himself.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we are. It's fine. It's fine. Things are already in motion. Don't worry about it. We can make some calls and fill up the place. That can be something everybody else contributes with. We're a team. We're a cell.
Don't worry, Cam. I plan on helping out a lot. Okay. She puts her hand on your arm, and like makes direct eye contact.
He very obviously melts in his seat slightly.
She smiles and then grabs her coffee and takes a sip and goes back to looking at her phone.
What we're talking about? Yeah. I think that it'll be great, Zeke. It's gonna be a great place. You're gonna love it.
While
believe
she's
it.
on her phone. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're
Go
good.
ahead. You go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. He was just agreeing with Cam.
Scott, while she's at her phone, she's texting Morgan.
Okay. What is she saying to Morgan?
Are you available?
This is still
or-
Sunday morning, right?
Yeah.
It was brunch.
She texts Morgan. What'd she say?
She's basically asking if she's okay if we come and meet up with her.
You don't get an immediate response or anything like that. So,
Cool. That's all.
so
She'll wait.
is there anything else you guys are looking to do this Sunday?
Go over the footage.
Yeah.
Sure. So it's one of those things you shoot a text, and I imagine like 5-10 minutes pass, you don't get a response, and that's at that point in time. Like, I imagine you think about like, oh, she hasn't gotten back to me yet. Oh, and then you would just kind of go about your day doing other stuff. So eventually he's like, hey, I got footage, and you guys are, all right, cool, let's go check it out. And you make popcorn because that's the best way to end your brunch, and go sit down and.
Popcorn's the best way to end your brunch.
I was because
Oh, I was like, huh?
so cool. So yeah, you go and pull up the footage. You can throw it on. I don't know if Cam's house is like a projector screen or if it's like a TV. But he's able to download the files. I imagine like during brunch, he was already downloading the files from the police server. You can imagine it's very slow. While your computer's fine, your internet's fine, the police servers you can imagine are very slow, and you're a low priority recipient. So the server's gonna.
It wouldn't matter if I was or wasn't. If it's a just normal police station, government buildings, God, their technology is so horrible.
So bad. By the way, so eventually you'd be able to download the files. I imagine during brunch or whatever. So you can be like, hey, I got the files. And then you toss them into your computer and you can decompress them or however it is you need to do to put them into a format that you can actually watch. And you guys go and sit down and start trying to like check over the footage. Now it's important to note there's a bunch of files there because you have a whole bunch of cops. So there's a whole bunch of different body cameras. And the body camera footage would have been broken up. I'm actually trying to decide, how do you want this to be delivered to you? This is setting a standard for the campaign moving forward. Let's say there's
no sauce, no cheese, left beef.
Left beef, famous left beef.
Thank you.
What's
he
your question,
said.
Scott?
So if there's a particular police officer's body cam footage that you're looking at, and there's areas that are cut out. Would it be like one continuous feed with like the blacked out spots, which is option A, or what I think is more likely option B? Maybe one particular police cam's footage would be broken up into chunks. So if there was
I imagine they would just cut out the sections they don't want us to see. So like,
and
I
then the
imagine
before and
what we get.
afters would be their own chunks. So you'd be getting like chunks of files for even just one body cam, but you have many different body cams. So it's like a fucking mess of files. They're not gonna.
if they're
like,
gonna edit it, they would probably still have it as a single file. It would just like have awkward jumps in time. It would just be like you throw something in a Premiere, cut out a section, and just slap it together.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about literally cutting. I was thinking like
If they're gonna have the
censoring.
technology to edit
That
it
makes
before they
way
send
more
it in,
sense.
then they've got someone in a higher office editing it. It's not gonna be like done at the station. Somebody else somewhere that actually has an editing program is gonna just cut it up and send us a file that's just like all of a sudden it's 8 p.m. instead of 2:01.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, perfect. Thank you. That makes so much more sense than where my brain was going. Thank you, Wade. I'm clearly a video editor.
I've not done it in a
any-
long time, but I've done it.
It's been like 4 years for me, and I was never good at it and never did it much. You definitely have way more understanding and experience than I do. So,
Yeah, 4 years.
moving
Go
on. So, you are looking through the body cam footage. You have so much footage on there, and it's gonna be one of those things where you guys aren't able to sit in one sitting and digest all this footage. Not only is a lot of it stuff you're gonna want to watch over and over and over again for finer details, pausing, so on and so forth, just the sheer amount of footage, because it's hours and hours of like before they arrive, when they arrive, the time that they're there, after they leave. It's like pertinent details all around us for several officers. Hours. So this is going to take you guys days, if not weeks, to digest all this, unless you're like splitting it up amongst you guys and different people taking care of different parts. So my point is, how do you want to digest this once you understand the scope of what you're watching? And what kind of particular things are you looking for inside of the footage? And for that second question, you might want to write down those questions. Like whether it be Reno or somebody else in the crew, I can give you guys a handout if need be. What questions are you trying to have answered so I can give you the appropriate roles moving forward? We don't like lose track of them.
Mainly, I think we're looking for anything else out of the ordinary that happens around that house that may involve the mages or Finn, other potential supernatural beings, whatever. At least for Cam, there's also a heck of a lot of attention, probably equally split, looking into any possible capture of the stalker.
Okay. What would be your top priority? Because that's probably something that we can handle that one question
For
first. And the rest of it will have
Cam,
to be a probably
stalker.
different session.
Because the stalker is more of an imminent threat. We know pretty much what we think is important about the werewolf, and the mages, we assume we're not going to get much more from it, but maybe there's something. The stalker, we at least know could potentially be caught there
I think
because we know that they were there.
The very beginning and like the very end of the body cam footage, like where do they start recording? You know what I mean? Like, and just to see like what happens if they speak to anyone else or if it's just the incident
Yep.
of the house or whatever.
We do know the time and date when we were there, so we would also know what hours to look for in each of the cam footage to focus on the stalker specifically too, because we're assuming that the stalker wouldn't be there that long before or after us.
So why don't you each, because there's so much footage, you can kind of like, you take this laptop, you take that iPad, I'll watch it on this TV right here, and that kind of a thing. Why don't you each go ahead and roll me intelligence or wits plus investigation?
Any
What was it?
modifiers?
So investigation across the board. You choose intelligence or wits for your own character. No modifiers.
Does this count as the surveillance? Well, that would be technology for surveillance. I guess it wouldn't.
You, Wade, can do that.
I can do technology instead of investigation?
Yeah, because you're just better at like combing through the footage and handling it better. You probably have a certain computer in your program on your computer for doing this differently, so on and so forth. So I'm fine with you doing that.
Did you say wits and investigation?
Or intelligence, your choice.
Okay.
Damn,
Whoa,
Zeke.
Zeke. Fuck yeah.
You could do a willpower reroll on 2 of those too. It would only be for 2, but you could try it.
Do you want a willpower reroll, Zeke, and see if you can get...
No.
Okay.
You want to luck it?
So-
So, get 7?
Yeah, then.
Hmm?
I didn't get all my willpower back. I'm at 3 right now, but I mean,
Okay, well, you can luck dice it. Just try to get a 7th one.
What's your max?
5.
Okay.
Hey.
There you go. 7. That's really
So
fucking
you
good.
I'm
guys
not even
start
gonna try.
going to pour through the footage. I imagine Zeke probably doesn't start right away. He had something else he was taking care of. So everybody else is pouring over the footage for like 15, 20 minutes each, so on and so forth. Then Zeke finally sits, maybe he had to take a shit, whatever it was. Then he
I
sits
imagine
down.
he would have like watched something. If you guys had something to watch on the tape or something, that's probably what he would have done. Just because he's not super duper tech savvy like Cam is or
This
something.
is also your first time at Cam's house.
I know.
Oh my
I
God,
was
we
just
didn't even
thinking
cover that in RP. Do you want to do that RP
Nah.
first before we get into the nitty gritty? Because we're at the tail end of
Nah,
the session
it's-
anyways.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
You sure? This is this has been built up for
I know it's a
like, what is this,
monument
session
to a
6?
scene, but I'm more
Yeah,
interested on what's
this
on the-
needs to be addressed. When your character first arrives at the house for brunch.
Simon's never been here either, for the record, I don't believe. But
Yeah, but nobody cares what's happening. When you first arrive at the house for brunch and you see the place, you're like, oh, it's nice, And you go in and there's the ding dong. Who opens the door? Is it Viv or Cam?
Probably his butler, Scott.
Nah, Jimothy's not
butler?
on today.
You don't. Your butler Scott's not working today. That's unfortunate.
Or is this post brunch? That's right. You guys went out for brunch
This
and
is
you're coming back
post-brunch.
afterwards. Yeah. So, anyways, so you guys actually all arrive at the same place. So never mind. You're outside the house and you get to do the whole looking at the place. And that's like, Wade, we've never gotten a description of where you live. Why don't you go ahead and describe your house? Because I don't know if you guys know this. Zeke's the main character, so we have to see everything from his character's perspective.
I'm the
So-
main character. This is the most time I've had in the entire episode.
Yeah, I know. Such a
Oh,
Lucky
such a
session.
lucky character.
they don't even invite you along.
I know
Like,
they
oh,
didn't. It's like, wait, you guys completely forgot about me.
So, anyways, your character
Fine,
shows
it's-
up. Describe what it looks like. So Pat can have his prompt.
Sure. So this is a nice street where there's decent space between houses, a decent amount of greenery. Cam has a nice brick house, but relatively modern at the same time. It's brick, but it's got very modern, like big windows, that kind of thing. Very tech savvy, so there's a lot of like he gets on his phone, can turn on his lights, dim the lights, access, music, surround sound, whatever, computers. A lot of technology lying around a lot of places. A lot of unopened boxes. That's definitely not a reference to me in real life at all. Of things that he just hasn't gotten to or hasn't needed yet, but he's got for whatever reason. Sponsors sent them. He bought them and just didn't end up needing it. Bought an extra of something in case something goes wrong. So there's some extra computers, tablets, phones. If anyone needs a phone, I got 5 phones.
You
That
just
kind of
always have
thing.
it on your desk for like a
Yeah,
year
you
and a
think I
half now.
clean in here? You could build another person with the amount of skin I've probably lost on the floor since I moved in.
You don't vacuum?
I'm kidding. I have vacuumed before.
Okay. Oh my.
I was just trying to be
At
dramatic.
that point, hire a service, dude. Okay.
This doll is made entirely of dandruff and blood. Not even a real Elmo doll.
I believe that actually. That actually tracks.
But yeah, very smart house, up to date technologically. Nice modern brick. Beautiful outside. The garden and such definitely probably not tended to by Cam himself. He has someone else that does that.
This is a very very nice digs you got, Cam.
Yeah. Thanks. It is pretty
a lot,
solid.
lot nicer than I had pictured it in my mind.
Me too. I just wish that everyone else that lived around here was a little bit, well, average age younger. Internet service could be slightly better. Getting like 30 megs up when I would have loved at least like 50, 100, so on and so forth.
Sounds
but-
like you're projecting.
What? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry. At least your neighbors are alive. I think is what he'll say. My neighbors are a graveyard. Like,
haven't checked, but I think so. Randy next door, he grabs his paper on the same time I do. Got a yappy dog, so I think he's alive. What? Oh, the cemetery, because a bunch of dead people.
it was a form of comedy.
It was good. It just not used to comparing houses with someone that lives on a cemetery. You're unique in that way, Zeke. Unique Zeke.
It is a very nice house, though. And then he'll just like slowly walk in. If
Well, make
you're
yourself at home. The fridge upstairs has normal sodas and stuff. Fridge downstairs, more waters and whatnot. There's an extra freezer in the garage with whatever. Make some pizza rolls or whatever. We also have delivery. Got Prime delivery as well. And yeah. So whatever you need, if you want, you're hungry. But get comfortable. Everything also is digital, so I can adjust. I can turn on extra lights. We have a projector, so if you guys see something interesting, we put on the big projector and get a closer look that way. Since like the zoom and enhance bullshit from TV shows isn't real, but we can project larger.
I think obviously internally Zeke would be like super duper happy. But you could just see him like
He's absolutely glowing. On this day, Zeke was a 10.
Yeah. He's so happy. He has been invited to his friend's house. Wow.
So flashing forward, when he finally comes over and sits down and he goes to search the footage, he kind of like looks at how the footage is cataloged. Takes him a minute to like realize like, oh, that's how they set it up. Okay. He goes over, grabs the first video, and immediately is able to find the stalker. We're talking not even 2 minutes of searching. And not by dumb luck. Zeke fully remembers the fact that the first picture of you guys that was posted onto the internet was of you guys taking the selfie as the cop was driving by. So he just went and tapped into the car cam, whatever the fuck it's called, the dash cam footage of the cop car that drove by just prior to him even knocking on the door. Because Zeke's a smart dude. So he's just like, yeah, let's just do this. If he gets
I
clearly
imagine
whoever it was.
Imagine Cam set up like a computer for me to like watch the stuff on. He's like, okay, call me if you need any help. Cam?
Yeah, you've used a mouse. You have a mouse and keyboard.
That's
You
the stalker, right? And he like points on the screen.
What?
That's him, right? I traced back from when you guys took your selfie, and all I did was match the time code. And
Simon, Vivs, we got something.
this was supposed to be like an all-day event.
You did it really quickly though, yeah.
thank
Zeke
God.
barely booted up the footage and he's already got.
You guys
Oh.
said that you only found a shoe or foot of his, but that's him, right?
I'm gonna
How
scroll through
much
my phone
detail?
to the picture of the shoe and compare shoes.
How much detail has it got?
It's too grainy, the shoe that you saw beforehand. Anyways, and as to answer your question, Pat, I mean, again, it's the person's off to the side, and those cameras on the dash cams are like the wide lens, like the fish lens, whatever the fuck they call it. So they can try to gather more details. And because they're along the edge, it slightly distorts the quality of the image. Because it's like very focused in the front, but like distorted somewhat on the sides. It's hard to tell, but you can definitely tell that it is a female. The footage on the cam actually has some color to it, so you can tell that she's a female with dark hair. It's hard to tell the height based off of just like one fucking thing driving by, but if you had to guess, low 5 foot, maybe mid 5 foot range, so not like super short or super tall, that like maybe 5'2" to 5'5" kind of range is like a guess. Like I said, dark hair. Their back is to the cop car as they're driving past, because obviously they're walking like up the street before they like stopped and hid wherever they did. So they're like walking up the street, saw everything go down, took that picture, and then dived to the side. And the funny part is, as they're walking up the street or whatever, you can see that they have their phone in their hands, but that's like, you can't see what kind of phone it is, because it's even when you pause the footage, it's too grainy. You know what I mean? The low quality of the thing is too low. But you can definitely tell it's a young female with dark hair, and you can see the outfit that she was wearing at the time too. So you can absolutely like download that image or whatever frames you want of it to be able to have that to start working with. Now, if we were still playing Star Wars, you guys can go CSI, because that was something you often said while playing Star Wars, and you can zoom and enhance. But unfortunately, DeKing, this isn't Star Wars. We're not CSIing anymore. No, Agent Mueller or whatever his name was. Yeah.
What about Caruso?
That one. That's what I meant.
It looks like we must take him with a grain of salt. Because he's grainy. Yeah!
Oh, I was like, because you're by the ocean? Like,
He must be sad, because it looks like he's stalking around. Yeah! Sorry, Messi sent me a picture that just made me fucking laugh of, I think, Cam.
Is he self-generating stuff for you too?
Don't
think
comment.
so.
Don't comment. We'll talk about it later. I'm just getting ideas.
moving on. So you find that absolutely. Unfortunately, you right off the bat of seeing this, Wade, you don't know who this is. Like, he finds you the footage and it's something to work off of, but you don't know who it is. I don't know. You feel free to jump into RP with this, or brainstorm how you can use this to start reverse tracking this person and so on.
I'll take the image, and I will try sending it to the lawyer for one, saying, "Hey, we got a possible hit that this might be the guy." Two, I guess he'll go through some of his like email, social media feeds, see if there's any pictures of anyone that's been commenting on his stuff a lot over the past however long. That would take a very long time, but he will definitely do it and try to compare that and see if anyone looks somewhat similar, and see what kind of posts they've been making.
Viv would help you look too,
Well,
since she's already been looking through. But
I was gonna say, you probably couldn't do this right now because unfortunately your assets are very fucking tied up at the moment. Assets are very frozen. Like, you don't make purchases. Oh, welcome raiders. How you doing? Magi RGP. What are you guys doing? Or RPG. I said RGP. RPG, like role play, like a role playing game. So anyways, if you've ever purchased property before, you know that your assets are frozen. Like, don't even use a goddamn fucking credit card. Like, don't. So you can't really go blowing money out left and right. But realistically, what you're talking about, Wade, pouring through your social media, trying to find the images of a particular person that like matches up and looking for like, that's not something for you to do. Your character doesn't have time for that. I mean, you can divert time to that, but your character's running multiple channels. He has all those things, as well as acting as a hunter. Plus, you know, you have to sleep and piss. So that kind of time investment, maybe you could ask your mods to do it for you, sort of a thing, but you're going to want to cue them in as to what the hell is going on. But that's something for like a team of people to do. Cam's not going to be able to do it on his own. While doing other stuff, he'd have to sacrifice from somewhere else. So that's up to you. Rena, you were in the middle of saying something?
I was just saying that I could assist in that, in like looking for the stalker, since I had already been like on social media looking at this for a while now. Because periodically she's like keeping an eye out for like new posts or something.
Okay. So you can kind of like try to help with this passively, you know, and that works.
Yeah, I imagine this would be something that takes us a while to
Actually,
try to figure out who it is at all.
She could do way more than passively. If she wants to invest her time on this, she's zero response. Her responsibility is, her only job is continuing to get Cam to buy stuff for her. And by the way, she's
That's
out
a
of work
full-time
right
job.
now because but you're out of work now. He's not allowed to use his credit cards.
I'm really good at my job, apparently.
Yeah. And I think he's a Zoomer. I don't think he's a millennial. I think he's a Zoomer. So he doesn't have cash like stuffed away somewhere. Cash? What is that? Boomer tech? No, everything's in. Like, oh, you know what he might have? Unaffiliated with his accounts, he might have like what's that shit called? What's the Cash App? You know what I mean? Like that's his like stored away money is in like Cash App or some shit. You know, that's not reported to the IRS. Don't tell Simon.
I think Simon might know. Spoiler.
Well, Venmo and PayPal make you do, like, you have to do that as part of your taxes. Definitely PayPal does. I've never had to do taxes for Cash App before, so. But either way. Yeah, cool. So obviously that would take Rena's character time. So we're coming to the end of the session. So did you have that list of questions that you want to find out from the footage, or do you want to come up with that over the course of the next week prior to next session?
Over the next week, for sure, for me.
Yeah, I think we come up with them before next week.
Cool. All right, then to give a small little recap before we do our outro, you're going to come up with a list of questions that you want to try and find from this footage. That would take your characters to in-game weeks to figure out. Rena's waiting for a text back from her contact that, has like some fun knowledge that you guys can get a hold of. And Carlene, you still wanted to shoot a text to eventually set up a time to go shooting. Last time you saw her was this past Monday. It's now Sunday. So
That's
it's
an
about a
obscure
week
reference.
later.
Does anyone get that?
I
No.
did. Very nice.
Charlene on Marlene, Spaceballs.
Sorry.
I just watched Spaceballs recently.
You remember when like the twins are in the bed with I forget the dude's name, and it's like, Marlene, I'm Charlene. I'm sorry, Charlene,
Marlene?
I'm Marlene.
Oh yeah.
I haven't watched
Spaceballs.
Baseball in a long time. So
I think it was
That's the
Marlene
guy with the
Charlene.
luggage.
two little things to say, and then of course, if
Rube.
you guys have anything you want to talk about before we go, that's awesome. So first and foremost, like I said at the beginning of the stream, one of my good friends, Neil, who I've been streaming with for 4 years, over 4 years now, 5 years now. Good friend of mine, though he's currently doing his own thing in the hospital at the moment. He reached out to me on behalf of a personal IRL friend of his. So it's a friend of his by the name of Haley. Haley happens to be a trans woman who lives inside the UK. While the UK does have universal health care, which is amazing, we unfortunately don't have that here in the United States. They do have it there, but the NHS does not cover all procedures, surgeries, and so on. So unfortunately, some things are completely left into their hands for things that they need to get done for their health and well-being. So what I'm doing is I'm posting a GoFundMe link for a personal friend of mine. Her name is again Haley. You're more than welcome to check out that link. Welcome to read her story. If it's something that interests you or it would interest the communities that you happen to be around it, if you want to share that amongst them, that would be awesome. That would definitely help to spread the word for her. If you are both capable and willing to support by doing any amount of donation to her, that'd be great. Thank you for doing so. But again, just wanted to spread the word on behalf of Haley and wish her the best. Any more details you can find. She goes pretty deep into detail on the link, so feel free to check it out if you want to. All right, cool. Don't forget, we do have our sponsor, which is Dodrago Gaming. So Dodrago, that link is also popping into chats right now for you. Someone's going to type it. There is a coupon link right there for you, so you get 10% off if you go there and purchase. I've been rolling, playing with all day these 10 Sakura D10s that I have specifically for playing this campaign. The rolls haven't been pertinent for in-game aside from one roll, but they've been fun just to fiddle with. But they're the Sakura dice, so they're the cute little cherry blossom flowers, a beautiful color of like glitter and pink. I absolutely love. And they're very pointed. They're made very well. They're very sharp. They're very
Weighed very well. Thank you.
fun. The
Nice.
tactile on them is great. I love the dice. You guys all have dice. The PCs here all have dice made by Dodrago. You guys can all attest to the quality. Some of the viewers have bought that dice. Everybody can attest to the quality. These are not shit dice. It's very high quality pieces. And I mean that genuinely, not just saying it because they're a sponsor. They are quality dice. So definitely go on there and check out the sets they have. I got like a jade set and a crystal set and whatnot. But right now, because it's going into the holiday season, there is advent calendars going on at the beginning and end of every stream leading up to Christmas. We will be opening one of these doors at the beginning and end of each stream. So, end of the stream door, I'm going to open up and see what it is. It's a D20. Let's see what kind of set this is. It says, it's already halfway until Christmas. Roll for excitement. Woohoo. All right. It's blue, yellow characters.
I've not bought a single Christmas present yet. Oh God!
Man,
We
I
were
think you have
just talking about
time.
that today, and I was like,
And I just bought an $8 million warehouse.
"No, how are you going to afford it?"
I
Oh,
don't know
God.
what the set is. Usually Gabe is here during the streams to tell me what the set is. So that's what the one looks like. Can you guys see that well enough, or do I have to zoom for you?
Looks good.
It looks good. I just
Yeah.
don't know what the set would be, but it looks really cool. I like the color combo.
I have no idea what the set is. It's very readable. I can tell you that. The dark blue or say dark blue with the bright yellow, it is very, very readable, which is awesome. Because sometimes the combos might look cool, but then you can't fucking read a single thing that they're saying. So it's a cool looking die. I wish I knew what set it came from, so I'll have to try to remember to ask Gabe next week when he pops in for the stream. Awesome. Cool. Adds to the set. I'm going to show all 24 of them when I have all of them out. I'll be able to show all of them at once. Awesome. Cool. Rena, Messi, you guys have been doing some fun shit on stream lately. Anything you want to talk about, promote real quick before we pass it on to Pat and so on?
I'm so on.
Well,
Hi, so on. I'm
we're
Pat.
playing
There you
Dark
are.
Souls 2. Which
Oh,
is
so you'll be playing that for a couple of years then. That sounds good.
the most difficult one. It's going well, actually. Pretty well.
Is it the worst one? Like the worst made one?
That's what they
Yes.
say. But also we're playing Resident Evil 8.
So hold on,
I've
wait.
not
Since
played
you
before,
since
so.
you're going back to playing Dark Souls, is Messi still carrying you, or did you like get good?
We don't play co-op right now. So she's tied with me in progress.
Do you invade each other's worlds and kill each other?
No, we're not dicks.
Oh, well, you can take off the mask. Fucking got him.
Oh, what a nerd.
Why aren't you guys
Okay.
co-oping? I guess because you're
Uh,
playing on one. You're gonna stream it on one channel at the moment. What are you doing?
No,
It
we
wouldn't
stream
matter.
Dark Souls 2 on both of our channels, but Resident Evil 8 has been on Messy's channel. Um, the way that you like invasion like works, I guess, or if you have to co-op in Dark Souls 2, you have to like have earned the same amount of souls. It's really weird. So we have to like stay in line with how many souls we're earning. That way we can co-op together. Because if like he's like earned so many more souls or whatever than I have, then like I won't be able to co-op with him. I don't
It
know.
won't be in like the same tier or whatever. That's really weird.
Yeah, it's like level balancing kind of.
Yeah, I don't. That's weird.
Thanks for the
Patrick, I like you.
questions.
We'll give you a list of more. Pat and I are gonna take the week to think of some more. We'll give you at the beginning
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
session.
Yeah, Wednesday, get ready.
Yeah, but
Great,
next
sounds
week,
good.
Messi probably would have already finished the game, and Rena would have gotten through like another boss or so. So
I'm
Not
not
wrong.
saying anything.
I only bust your balls about literally just about Dark Souls, and only because it's true. Okay, I don't bust
Oh
your balls
yeah, is
about
that
any other
that's the
video
only
game.
time? Oh, that's the only time, huh? No, another
about
conversation we're
Messi
not getting
carrying
into.
you? About Messi carrying you? Absolutely, it's the only time. There are no other times. Yeah, Messi's hiding. That's right. He doesn't want to give a telltale face. Pat, what have you been up to lately, aside from what you were talking about earlier for the stream you rated in from?
Nothing much, honestly. Just been trying to get back to streaming. I'm posting back on YouTube again. I'm trying to get more videos recorded, so that's been fun.
Nice.
Not much new. Wade,
Nice.
what have you been up to?
My stream felt like the first time in years yesterday. I played Dying Light by myself, which was actually really fun. I was really bad at it, didn't remember anything, but by the end, I was doing pretty well. Enjoying it. Podcast. Distractible. It's been going well. Though I think all the people that were listening to it on like on every device and playing it all day and night stopped, because I think we dropped from top 3 to like 14. But we held number 1 over Joe Rogan for like 6 straight days, which is pretty cool.
Do you think he ever even knows that? Like,
No,
like-
I don't
like-
think he gives
I
a
think
shit.
someone on his team probably noticed, but
I think every time
I
a
don't think he does.
podcast pops up and like passes him for a couple of days, it always immediately drops back down. So I think as long as he's been doing it, it's no longer even a blip on the radar. Plus, he
I like
already
to-
sold his podcast, everything else, so I doubt he cares. He does so much
Wow.
shit.
I imagine the person on his team that keeps track of that stuff happens to also be a fan of Distractable. So while of course job security is important
yeah.
to them, on the other hand, they're always like, yeah, go get it.
I'm
Bob.
sure he's a
you,
big
Bob.
fan.
Yeah, whoever it is, they're a fan of Bob's. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe
Like-
Bob, not us.
You know, they're like, well, you know, he has a soul. Somebody has to carry that crew. He's the decent one. So,
I don't know. I don't know what else I do. That's about it. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Don't think about me.
okay, cool. I started a new Mass Effect
Sleeping?
campaign. We finished session 2 this morning. So Wednesday mornings at 7 a.m. EST, we play Mass Effect campaign using the 5e system. It is super cool. Hey, speaking of super cool, we're gonna go raid a friend of ours, Arcane. So let's go raid her and say, hey. That's not your raid message. You're an adult. You can come up with your own raid message. So, bye everybody. Thank you. You're awesome.
Peace.
Appreciate you. See you next week.
Meet your leader.